Chapter 542. In the Taoist palace, Dao Qingzi ordered, Miao Xian, arrange a few disciples to help Qin Qingzi's family take over the Yan kingdom. A figure walked up and said respectfully, Yes, master. The Xuanzong elders were silent for a moment. One of them couldn't help but say, First elder, please reconsider. Our sect is detached from worldly affairs and has never interfered with the affairs of the secular countries. If we interfere with the internal affairs of the Yan kingdom, we will be criticized. Dao Qingzi said lightly, the Yan kingdom is a small country. They are willing to be the loyal dog of the Zhou dynasty and look down on the Xuanzong. If we don't punish them as an example, there will be others who don't know what's good for them in the future. I will show my power. No one is allowed to say anything. Tian Jizi had personally ordered that the Grand Elder would take over after the sect master left the sect. The group of elders couldn't disobey his decision. The Grand Elder's personality wasn't good before, but it wasn't like this. Everyone faintly felt that he had lost all face in front of all the cultivators in the world. A demon had already formed in his heart, and it was causing his personality to change from extreme to even more extreme. If this continued, no one knew what would happen to Xuanzong. The more he wanted to protect the sect's reputation, the more the sect's reputation would be lost. If he had dealt with it impartially and handed over Qin Qingzi, the sect's reputation would still be slightly damaged, but things wouldn't have turned out this way. All the dojos were taken back, the outer sect disciples were expelled, and the inner sect disciples were ostracized in the Great Zhou and the Yao Kingdom. In the hearts of all the cultivators, the 1,000-year-old sect's reputation was ruined. At this moment, many elders began to doubt whether Tian Jizi's decision was right. Under the Grand Elder's arrangement, a few elders of the Fifth Realm left the sect quietly and went to the Yan Kingdom. A few days later, in the divine capital of the Great Zhou. In the morning court, the envoy of the Yan Kingdom knelt in the Ziwei Palace and begged, The rebels of the Yan Kingdom have surrounded the palace. I am under the orders of the King of Yan to ask for help from the Shangguan Kingdom. Li Mu stood in front of the palace, looking surprised. His original intention was to put pressure on Qin Qingzi's family through the imperial court of the Yan Kingdom, but he didn't expect that the Zhao family of the Yan Kingdom would rebel. He once asked the envoy of the Yan Kingdom. The Zhao family was only a mid-level cultivation family and did not have the power to rebel. The power controlled by the royal family of the Yan Kingdom was enough to destroy the Zhao family 10 times over. To be able to force the royal family of the Yan Kingdom into such a situation, there must be someone behind the Zhao family. Obviously, Xuanzong was the only one with such strength and a reason to help the Zhao family. The spies of the imperial court in Xuanzong sent back news that after Li Mu and the others left, the hierarch of Xuanzong, Miao Yunzi, also went out to travel. At this time, the person in charge of Xuanzong was the Grand Elder Taoist priest, Cheng Zi. With his personality, who valued face more than anything else, he was capable of doing such a thing. The request for help from the Yan Kingdom's envoy caused a huge commotion in the imperial court. After some discussion, a civil official said hesitantly, Your Majesty, I think that this is the internal affairs of the Yan Kingdom. Great Zhou should not interfere. The Yan Kingdom was a vassal state of Great Zhou and paid tribute to Great Zhou every year. Great Zhou had the responsibility to protect the Yan Kingdom, but the premise was that the Yan Kingdom was invaded by foreign forces. If someone in the Yan Kingdom rebelled, it was the internal affairs of the Yan Kingdom. Since the founding of the Yan Kingdom, Great Zhou had not interfered in the internal affairs of other countries, except for the Shan Kingdom, which provoked the Yan Kingdom. This was the important reason why the southern countries had always been at ease with Great Zhou and paid tribute to the Yan Kingdom. This time, Great Zhou could send troops to help the Yan Kingdom with the reason of bringing order to the chaos. Next time, it might use other reasons to interfere in the internal affairs of other countries. Once this rule was broken, the southern countries would be in a state of panic, which was not good for the stability of the Zhou continent. After some discussion, the officials of Great Zhou unanimously decided that the Great Zhou would not send troops to the Yan Kingdom because of the internal strife. After the court, the officials of Great Zhou dispersed. The envoy of the Yan Kingdom walked out of the Ziwei Palace in a daze, his face full of sorrow. This was the sorrow of a small country. Being caught in the middle of the great powers, its fate was no longer in its own control. The Yen kingdom would soon fall into the hands of the rebels. At this moment, a figure walked past him. Suddenly, something fell from his sleeve. The envoy of the Yen kingdom picked up a stack of yellow paper talismans and called out to the young official of Great Zhou who had plunged the Yen kingdom into a whirlpool. He said in a hoarse voice, "Sir, you dropped something." Li Mu turned his head and said lightly, "I didn't drop anything." The envoy of the Yen kingdom was stunned for a moment. He looked down at the stack of paper talismans in his hand. The talismans on the Fulu were extremely complicated. He felt a little dizzy just by looking at them. The talisman paper seemed to be made of special materials. Each piece of Fulu seemed to contain boundless power. He had clearly dropped it just now. Why did he deny it? The young official had already walked far away. The envoy of the Yen kingdom seemed to have realized something. He suddenly raised his head and his breathing began to quicken. Li Mu left the palace. He didn't go home. Instead, he went outside the city. Outside the city gate on the west side of the divine capital, there was a wide open space. The craftsmen of the Ministry of Works were busy. A super-large cultivation market was about to be built here. The major sects and cultivation families of the ancestral state were invited to move in. The purpose was to provide convenience for the cultivators of the ancestral state. They didn't have to travel thousands of miles to Xuanzong every 5 years. In the divine capital, they could exchange for or buy the cultivation supplies they needed at any time. The imperial court also wouldn't charge them 30 to 50% of their turnover. They only had to pay a certain amount of taxes on time and they could continue to operate here. On the open space, the craftsmen of the Ministry of Works were very busy. This time, the deadline was tight and the task was heavy. They needed to build a super-large market in a month's time. Such a huge project would have taken at least half a year to complete in the past. However, the imperial court was very fast this time. Within a day, the 3 provinces passed a resolution on the project. The Ministry of Revenue's funds were also sent in immediately. The craftsmen of the Ministry of Works came overnight to measure the site. Li Mu checked the progress of the project before returning home. When he was in Xuanzong, he promised the cultivators 3 months. Of course, Li Mu's goal wasn't to make a small profit but to attract business. He hoped that when the cultivators of the Zhu continent came to the divine capital 3 months later, they would be attracted by the bigger, more convenient, and cheaper cultivation market. They would completely forget about the wealth exchange in Xuanzong. Although he wanted to immediately let Xiao Bai take revenge, he was still far from being able to face Xuanzong head-on. He could only weaken Xuanzong from the side and look for an opportunity later. In these 3 months, Li Mu recruited the heads of the Fulu school. They couldn't guarantee a 100% success rate for creating high-level Fulu talismans, but they could for low-level Fulu talismans. Li Mu kept the Fulu talismans above the earth level for himself. Those below the earth level were handed over to them. For the next few days, Li Mu stayed at home to draw talismans. On a flying boat from the Great Zhou to the Yen kingdom, a man touched the Fulu in his arms with an anxious expression. He didn't hesitate to overdraw his mana to increase the flying boat's speed to the maximum. Yen kingdom, Yen capital. Recently, a major event happened in the Yen kingdom, causing the citizens of the Yen kingdom to panic. The famous Zhao family of the Yen kingdom recruited a few powerful cultivators from somewhere and rebelled against the royal family. After defeating the royal family's guards, they forced the royal family into the palace. Until the royal family activated the protective array, the 2 sides were in a temporary stalemate. Several figures floated in the air and attacked the array that covered the palace. The light of spells illuminated the entire sky, but the array didn't show any abnormalities other than shaking slightly. The head of the Zhao family flew into the air and said to a middle-aged man, "Elder, the royal family bought this array from the spirit array sect at a high price in the early years. It is said that it can withstand the attacks of powerful cultivators from Dongxian." The middle-aged man looked down at the array outside the Yen kingdom's palace and said calmly, "It can withstand the attacks of a 6th-level cultivator, but without a 6th-level cultivator, it will take a few days to break this array." The head of the Zhao family said, "I am worried about the Great Zhou court. The royal family must have asked the great Zhou court for help. If the great Zhou court sends troops, the middle-aged man said, don't worry. This is a matter of the Yan kingdom. The great Zhou court will not send troops. If they do, the sect will not sit by and watch. The head of the Zhao family breathed a sigh of relief and said, then I am relieved. Inside the array, the royal family of the Yan kingdom looked at the figures floating in the air with bitter expressions. An elder sighed and said, I didn't expect Xuanzong to make a move. To deal with a small country like the Yan kingdom, they sent several elders. They want to slap the great Zhou's face, but the Yan kingdom has suffered an unexpected calamity. The middle-aged man in the imperial robe said, now, we can only place our hopes on the great Zhou court. The elder shook his head and said, the great Zhou court will not send troops. When the array is broken, the Yan kingdom will change hands. We can only hate the fact that the Yan kingdom is so weak that we can't even control our own destiny. Although the array bought by the royal family of the Yan kingdom from the spirit array sect was strong, it could not withstand the continuous attacks of several fifth-level cultivators. In just 2 days, the array was at its limit. The head of the Zhao family floated in the air and looked at the array that was trembling violently under the attack of spells. A trace of passion appeared in his eyes. The Yan kingdom would soon be under the Zhao family. In at most a few hours, the array would be broken. However, at this moment, a ray of light suddenly approached from afar. It was a flying boat. The head of the Zhao family was no stranger to the flying boat. He was the Yan kingdom's permanent envoy to the great Zhou. Only the envoy returned. The head of the Zhao family understood that the great Zhou must not have sent troops. The smile on his face grew wider. As the smile appeared on his face, a rolling sound came from the front. Die, renegade. The envoy stood at the bow of the boat and threw out a few Fulu notes. Suddenly, several figures in golden armor appeared in the air. They held huge weapons and exuded an extremely powerful aura. The head of the Zhao family was stunned. He said in shock, what is this? Looking at the golden-armored soldiers, the few Xian sect elders were also stunned. When they came back to their senses, the elder in the lead immediately said in horror, it's a level 6 soldier. Retreat, retreat quickly. The news from the Yan kingdom reached the fairy's capital 5 days later. In the Yan kingdom, the Zhao family rebelled and forced the emperor to abdicate. In the end, the Zhao family was suppressed by the royal family. Because of the serious crime of rebellion, the entire Zhao family was executed. Only the son, Zhao Chengyuan, who was in Xuanzong, escaped. In the Li residence, Li Mu peeled an orange and fed Xiao Bai and Wan a slice each. That Qing Qingzi should be able to understand part of the pain that Xiao Bai went through now, right? In Xuanzong, Qing Qingzi knelt on the ground with a blank expression. He had yet to recover from the heavy blow. His family failed to seize power and was executed by the royal family of the Yan kingdom. Now, he was the only member of the Zhao family who was still alive. How could this be? How could this be? The Yan kingdom was only a small kingdom. The most powerful person in the royal family was only at the 5th level. This time, the sect directly sent 5 5th-level elders. How could this fail? How could his family die? Dao Qingzi's face darkened. He asked, what happened? A 5th-level elder who came back from the Yan kingdom said in grief and indignation, it's the golden armor divine soldier seal, a heaven-level golden armor divine soldier seal. The royal family of the Yan kingdom summoned 3 6th-level divine soldiers. We were no match for them at all. If they didn't intend to let us go, all the disciples would have died in the Yan kingdom. Miao Xuanzi gritted his teeth and said, Fulu school. It must be the Fulu school's interference. Other than them, who else can draw a heaven-level golden armor divine soldier seal? The Fulu school forbids the sale of offensive heaven-level golden armor divine soldier seals. How dare the Fulu school break the rules? A golden armor talisman could temporarily summon a 6th realm divine soldier. With such a high-level combat power, it could easily annihilate most of the small and medium sects and small and medium countries, causing great chaos. Therefore, none of the Taoist sects were allowed to sell heaven-tier offensive talismans. This was the consensus of the 6 sections. Miao Xuanzi said coldly, "I'll go ask Xian Jizi and see how he explains it." He came to a Taoist palace and sat on a white jade chair. After activating it with his mana, Xian Jizi, who was preaching to his disciples in the Taoist palace on the main peak of the Fulu school in the north region, felt something and waved his hand. In the center of the Taoist palace, an illusory figure appeared out of thin air. Xian Jizi looked at the illusory figure below and asked, "Miao Xuanzi, what brings you here so suddenly?" Miao Xuanzi asked in a deep voice, "Xian Jizi, don't play dumb with me. Did your Fulu school give the Yan kingdom a few golden armor divine soldier seals? You should know that this kind of Fulu is forbidden to be sold." Xian Jizi denied, "Our sect has never sold the golden armor divine soldier seals." Miao Xuanzi snorted, "Do you think you can recognize it? Other than your Fulu school, which other sects and families can draw heaven-level Fulu, and heaven-level golden armor Fulu at that?" Xian Jizi shook his head, "Our sect has never sold the golden armor divine soldier seals, but a few days ago, junior brother Ling Jizi sent a message saying that the few high-level Fulu he carried with him were stolen. Perhaps it was the thief who stole them and sold them. It has nothing to do with our Fulu school, lost?" Miao Xuanzi said angrily, "Xian Jizi, do you think I'm a 3-year-old kid?" Xian Jizi looked at him and said lightly, "The runes of the golden armor divine soldier seals can be found in any introductory book of talisman Taoism. The world is so big that there are hidden dragons and crouching tigers. It's normal that a master who is good at talisman Taoism can draw this kind of talisman. Without any evidence, don't blame our Fulu school for everything. Do you think that Xuanzong must be behind someone in the Yan Kingdom's rebel army who used high-level Taoist magic arts?" Miao Xuanzi's lips moved, but he was speechless. Finally, he waved his sleeves and the projection gradually dissipated. Seeing him disappear, Xian Jizi took out his voice-transmitting celestial artifact. After activating it, he said, "Junior brother, next time this kind of thing happens, remember to use a Fulu that they have never seen before. Once the golden armor divine soldier seals are used, everyone will know it's our Fulu school." Chapter 543. Li Mu was the cause of the Yan imperial family's calamity. Even if the great Zhou couldn't send troops to help, Li Mu wouldn't just sit by and watch. The 6 Taoist sects were detached from worldly affairs and never participated in worldly struggles for imperial power. It was Dao Qingzi who broke the rules of the cultivation world first, so Li Mu couldn't be blamed for his carelessness. In fact, Li Mu already knew that Fulu weapons above the heavenly level were prohibited from being sold. This was the consensus of the 6 sections. The golden armor talisman wasn't like the creation talisman. Although both Fulu weapons were at the heavenly level, one could save lives while the other could take lives. Having a heavenly level golden armor talisman was equivalent to having a powerful cultivator from Dongxian, who could destroy more than half of the small countries in the south. If this kind of Fulu could be bought with money, the cultivation world would be in complete chaos. However, Li Mu didn't accept the money from the Yan imperial envoy, so it wasn't considered selling. Moreover, he was standing on the side of justice and had a clear conscience. The Zhao family's rebellion had been destroyed, and Xuanzong was at his wits' end. If Dao Qingzi was crazy enough to send a 6th realm elder to interfere with the Yan's affairs, all the countries in the Zhu province, including the Great Zhou, would unite to resist Xuanzong. The imperial courts of the various countries and the Daoist sects had always minded their own business. No matter which country it was, the imperial court didn't want to have a power above their country. Even the Great Zhou wouldn't interfere with the internal affairs of other countries. Li Mu and Xuanzong had been at odds ever since Dao Qingzi chose to protect Qing Qingzi. Unfortunately, he didn't have a Dao integration cultivator by his side. Otherwise, he could have led his men to Xuanzong's mountain gate and forced them to hand over Qing Qingzi. Li Mu also realized that his own strength and that of the Fulu school were still too weak. Otherwise, Xuanzong wouldn't have dared to offend the Fulu school for an inner disciple. All along, every step he took had been smooth sailing. The conflict with Xuanzong was his first major setback. Xiao Bai's enemy was in Xuanzong, but Li Mu couldn't avenge her. These days, he had been blaming himself. This was probably the first time that Li Mu was so eager to improve himself and the people around him. The cultivation market in the divine capital had to be set up successfully. Li Mu needed enough spiritual jades and spiritual herbs to raise the overall cultivation of the talisman sect's disciples to a whole new level. At the very least, in terms of the number of middle and high-tier disciples, they would not lose to the profound sect. As for the 8th realm cultivators, there was no way. Over the past 10,000 years, the spiritual qi in this world had become thinner and thinner. It was no longer possible for a 9th realm cultivator to be born. Even 8th realm cultivators were hard to come by. Other than Tian Jizi of the Xian sect, there was no other 8th realm cultivator in Taoism. The only sect that could have an 8th realm cultivator was the demon sect. However, Li Mu couldn't work with the demon sect. This notorious organization was the enemy of all righteous sections. Fortunately, the only person on the continent who had a chance of reaching the 8th realm was one of Li Mu's closest people. Today, the Empress was wearing a piece of clothing that Li Mu gave her. She leaned lazily on the dragon throne and read the latest novel. As the continent's youngest 7th realm cultivator, Li Mu hadn't seen her cultivate. If the Empress had an 8th realm cultivation, why would he need to work so hard to accumulate strength and wait for Xiao Bai to avenge her? He would have brought people to fight Xuanzong long ago. Zhou Yi felt Li Mu's gaze. She put down her book and asked, "Why are you looking at me?" If the Empress was willing to work hard, he wouldn't have to. Li Mu thought for a moment and said, "There's no point in always reading. Why don't your Majesty cultivate and try to break through as soon as possible, inside Xuanzong?" Inside a Taoist palace, Qing Qingzi knelt on the ground with a crazed expression. He gritted his teeth and said, "Grand Supreme Elder, the Yan Kingdom's royal family humiliated our Xuanzong. I beg you to send the chief elder to the Yan Kingdom to kill the Yan Kingdom's royal family and raise the prestige of our Xuanzong." Dao Qingzi glanced at him and said, "Take him away and make him face the wall for 10 years. He's not allowed to step out of Discipline Peak for 10 years. Qing Qingzi was obviously crazy. If he killed the Yan Kingdom's royal family, Xuanzong would become the most powerful sect of the evil Dao. This was not what Dao Qingzi wanted. The 4th generation core disciples in the palace watched Qing Qingzi being taken away. Qing Xuanzi's face was even paler than Qing Qingzi's. He was glad that he didn't fight Li Mu to the death. Otherwise, he would have been the crazy one. Dao Qingzi sat on the main seat. He closed his eyes and said, "You can all leave." The disciples bowed and left the Taoist palace. When Dao Qingzi was the only one left in the palace, the door of the Taoist palace slowly closed. Darkness shrouded Dao Qingzi. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded in Dao Qingzi's ears. "Are you angry and unwilling to accept this?" Dao Qingzi's expression changed. He shouted, "Who is it? Come out." He scanned with his divine will but didn't find a second aura. At this moment, the voice sounded again. "Don't look for me. I'm in your heart. You're me, and I'm you." Dao Qingzi had cultivated for more than 100 years. He knew what he had encountered. Even with his cultivation and temperament, his face couldn't help but turn pale. The voice continued, "I know you're angry and unwilling to accept this. Among all the disciples, you're the most talented. You were the first to reach the creation realm, the first to step into Dongxian, and the first to transcend. However, your biased master still passed the position of sect master to someone else. You thought that if you were the sect master, Xuanzong would have been better than it is now." The voice laughed. "However, when you took control of Xuanzong, you realized that things weren't like that. As the Grand Supreme Elder, you were humiliated by a 5th realm junior in front of countless cultivators on the Zhu continent. Xuanzong's dojo was taken away, the outer sect disciples were expelled, and the inner sect disciples were ostracized by the demon race. You're in charge of the strongest sect in the Zhu province, but you can't even do anything about a small country. Your life is a joke." Dao Qingzi's eyes were bloodshot. He said furiously, "Shut up. I'm the Grand Supreme Elder of Xuanzong, a 7th realm cultivator. I'm second only to one person and above millions. The voice laughed even louder. Do you believe what you're saying? If you don't think you're a joke, why would I appear? Even if you have everything you want now, you can't even do anything to a junior. Isn't this a joke? Shut up, shut up, shut up. In the Holy Ji Palace at the highest point of the Xian sect, angry roars could be heard. Countless disciples of the Xian sect looked up and were terrified. They did not know why the Grand Elder was so angry. When the headmaster was here, such a situation had never happened. They didn't know when the sect master would return. They really didn't know what kind of path the Grand Supreme Elder would make Xuanzong walk on. Just as the Xuanzong disciples were thinking about their sect master, Miao Yunzi, the Xuanzong sect master, was meditating in a silent space of the flask heaven. At a certain moment, he opened his eyes and looked at the old man opposite him. He asked, Martial Granduncle, why didn't you follow the sect rules and hand Qingqingzi over to the Fulu school? What did you see? The old man was silent for a long time. Finally, he said, catastrophe. Miao Yunzi's eyes narrowed. Martial Granduncle Tian Jizi had predicted 2 catastrophes for the sect. If it weren't for his warning and the sect being prepared, Xuanzong would have already been destroyed by the demon Dao. It was because of this that the Xuanzong disciples trusted him so much. Miao Yunzi took a deep breath and asked, what kind of catastrophe? The old man said slowly, the fall of the dynasty, the end of the 6 sects, the collapse of the 10 continents, a world-ending catastrophe. Miao Yunzi asked in shock, just because Xuanzong handed Qingqingzi over? The old man said, this is the mystery of fate. Something that seems insignificant now can cause a huge change in the future. Miao Yunzi thought for a moment and asked, can this catastrophe be stopped if we don't hand over Qingqingzi? A light appeared in the old man's empty eyes. He murmured, no, but this is the only chance. Miao Yunzi shook his head. Disciples still can't imagine. The old man smiled. I can't imagine either. Cultivate well. Fortune can be a disaster, disaster can be a blessing. No one can say for sure. It's a catastrophe, but it's also an opportunity. Chapter 544. In the sky above the divine capital, in the 9 heavens squall layer. Li Mu sat cross-legged in the air with his upper body naked, allowing the biting cold squall to blow on his body. After using the squall to train his physical body for a while, he used his magic to prop up a shield and continued to fly upwards. Flying past Shangguanli, Li Mu continued to fly upwards. A trace of defiance flashed through Shangguanli's eyes. After moving upwards for a distance with difficulty, she fell several meters under the huge pressure and landed back at her original position. Knowing that Li Mu's cultivation had far surpassed hers, she could only sit cross-legged where she was obediently. Before Li Mu started cultivating, she had already reached the 5th level with the help of the Empress. Now, Li Mu was only 1 step away from the 6th level, and she was still stuck at the 5th level. Sighing softly in her heart, Shangguanli closed her eyes and continued to channel her magic, enduring the huge pressure brought by the squall. Li Mu floated several meters above Shangguanli and sat cross-legged again. This was about the limit of his magic power. He looked up and saw another figure sitting cross-legged in the distance. After Xuanzong was taught a lesson, Li Mu deliberately realized his own slack. If he could use half of the time he usually spent fooling around and flirting to cultivate, he might not be so passive when he encountered similar situations again. Not only did Li Mu become diligent, but he also pulled the Empress to cultivate with him. Refining his body for 2 hours, tempering his magic power for 2 hours, practicing painting for 2 hours, writing talismans, and dealing with political affairs. He spent 12 hours with the Empress every day. The remaining 12 hours, besides sleeping, were spent with his family and learning dragon language from Qing Xian. Strictly speaking, sleeping was also considered cultivation. The speed of dual cultivation, especially Li Mu and Lu Hanyan's, was far faster than guiding and cultivating qi. Unfortunately, Li Mu's cultivation seemed to have encountered a bottleneck. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't see any hope of breaking through. Going from Zhaohua to Dongxian was the first natural chasm on the path of cultivation. Other than hard work in cultivation, to a certain extent, it also depended on luck. If the luck was there, one could break through the realm. If the luck was not there, one could be trapped for life. In addition to breaking through to the next realm, Li Mu was faced with another problem. Outside of Luoyang, the largest cultivation market on the Zhou continent was being built quickly. When the time came, thousands of cultivators from all over the Zhou continent would come to collect their fulu. When the market was completed, there would be no shortage of customers. What they lacked was merchants. A market that could accommodate hundreds of shops couldn't just have one fulu pavilion. The imperial court needed to attract important businesses, such as the Pill Cauldron sect, the Spirit Array sect, the South sect, the North sect, and so on. If they could get the support of these 4 sects, they wouldn't have to worry about the market's future customers. The problem was that the Great Zhou court was obviously making an enemy out of Xuanzong. The Fulu school and Xuanzong had shed all pretense of cordiality, but the other sects hadn't. After all, the Taoist sects were one family. They couldn't help outsiders against their own family for a little benefit, even if the imperial court took 20% less of their profits than Xuanzong. If they couldn't convince these 4 sects, then the market that was about to be built in Luoyang would be a joke. Li Mu didn't have any relationship with these 4 sects, nor did he have such great influence. He could only place his hopes on Xian Jizi. For this reason, Li Mu personally returned to Mount Baiyun to discuss this matter with him. Hearing Li Mu's words, Yu Zhenzi shook his head and said, "This is very difficult. The other 4 sects have no enmity or grudge with Xuanzong. The Great Zhou and Xuanzong are at loggerheads. They won't help outsiders and offend their own sect. Apart from our relationship with the Pill Cauldron sect, we don't have too deep of a relationship with the other sections. On the contrary, Xuanzong has a lot of contact with them." Li Mu had anticipated this situation before he came. He could only say, "Let's convince as many as we can first." The relationship between the Fulu school and the Pill Cauldron sect was indeed a bit closer. Back in Xuanzong, Li Mu and the Pill Cauldron sect's senior sister Jade Sun chatted happily. Once, the Fulu school even wrote a heavenly secret talisman for the Pill Cauldron sect. Li Mu had even comprehended the heavenly book of the Pill Cauldron sect. Xian Jizi thought for a moment and said, "Then junior sister, you go and contact senior sister Wuchen." Yu Zhenzi looked at him with a strange expression, but didn't say anything. He left the Dao Palace. Li Mu knew that the 6 sects had a special magic item that could transmit projections over long distances. The 6 sects often used this method to hold important meetings. Not long after Yu Zhenzi left, he came back and said to Xian Jizi, "Senior sister Wuchen said that if you want to discuss this matter, she wants you to go to the Pill Cauldron sect personally." Xian Jizi said decisively, "Nonsense. If the headmaster of a sect could leave the sect at will, I would have gone with you to Xuanzong last time. You go to the Pill Cauldron sect in my place." Yu Zhenzi shook his head and said, "Senior sister said it very clearly. If you don't go to the Pill Cauldron sect personally, there is no possibility of discussion." Li Mu instinctively felt that there was something hidden in this matter. Xian Jizi seemed to be very resistant to going to the Pill Cauldron sect. Before he could ask, Grand Elder Tianyangzi walked in from outside and said to Xian Jizi, "You go. In the past, we 2 old fellows weren't here. Now that we 2 old fellows have returned, even if you leave the sect for a year and a half, nothing will happen." Xian Jizi still wanted to say something, but Grand Elder continued, "Our Fulu school and Xuanzong have already reached this point. As the headmaster, you should think more about the sect." Xian Jizi was silent for a moment, then sighed and said, "Disciple understands." Li Mu had never seen Xian Jizi like this. Seeing him leave with a heavy heart, Li Mu was suspicious. He asked Yu Zhenzi, "What happened to senior brother?" Yu Zhenzi shook his head and said helplessly, "Because the Pill Cauldron sect's senior sister Yu Zhenzi likes senior brother, and senior brother wholeheartedly wants to revitalize the sect. He doesn't want to be burdened by love affairs. Senior sister Yu Zhenzi's talent is outstanding, but because of this, she is unable to transcend." Li Mu finally understood why when he and Xuanzong had a conflict, Xian Jizi got the news from Yu Zhenzi. However, to be honest, love affairs will indeed affect cultivation and the revitalization of the sect. If one only knew how to talk about love every day, how could one have time to cultivate? How could one have time to plan the future of the sect? No one knew this better than Li Mu. Being immersed in the land of warmth and tenderness all day will greatly breed laziness. Perhaps the Pill Cauldron sect wanted to facilitate the two of them to become Dao companions. Li Mu didn't know whether Xian Jizi didn't like Yuzenzi or was worried about the sect. If it was the former, then Li Mu also didn't want him to sacrifice himself for the sect. Feelings can't be forced. After all, Xian Jizi wasn't a lecherous person like Li Mu. Forcing him to spend his life with a woman he didn't like was rather too cruel. Li Mu walked out of the Dao Palace and saw Xian Jizi standing alone at the edge of a distant cliff. The mountain wind blew his Dao robe, making this figure appear particularly lonely. Li Mu walked to the edge of the cliff and said, regarding senior apprentice sister Yuzenzi, "What does senior apprentice brother think in your heart?" Xian Jizi said deeply, "Before master's lifespan ended, he gave the Fulu school to me. What I bear is not a love affair, but the rise and fall of the sect. As the headmaster, I must live up to the responsibility on my shoulders, live up to master's dying wishes, live up to the ancestors of the Fulu school, and revitalize the sect." Standing together with Xian Jizi, Li Mu suddenly felt somewhat ashamed. He was also a disciple of the Fulu school and the future headmaster, but he didn't have the same sense of responsibility and mission as Xian Jizi. He never took the initiative to think about doing anything for the Fulu school. To strengthen the sect, to fulfill the wishes of the ancestors, to make the Fulu school the #1 sect of the Tao, for someone like him who controlled countless resources, this clearly wasn't too difficult a matter. Li Mu took a deep breath, and in his heart he strengthened a certain belief. He looked at Xian Jizi and said, "If senior apprentice brother trusts me, then hand the sect over to me. I will do my best to revitalize the Fulu school." Xian Jizi suddenly turned around and walked towards the Dao Palace in large strides. He said, "Senior apprentice brother, change your clothes. You also prepare to go to the Pill Cauldron school." Immediately. Li Mu stood in the mountain wind, looking at Xian Jizi's back as he left with large strides. His expression was somewhat chaotic. Chapter 545. Li Mu suspected that he had fallen into Xian Jizi's trap. It wasn't the first time he wanted to be a headmaster who didn't do anything. When he saw Xian Jizi driving the spirit boat towards the Danding sect at the fastest speed, he was even more certain of this idea. He was still too inexperienced and had accidentally fallen into the trap of these old foxes. But this time, Li Mu was willing to fall into the trap. He wanted to make Fulu school the #1 sect in the world, not to be above everyone like Xuanzong, but to not be bullied by anyone or any power. The Danding sect was located in the Liang state in the south of the Zhou continent. Although the Central Plains was vast and had more believers, the Central Dynasty was also very powerful. Successive dynasties were very wary of cultivation sections. Therefore, Fulu school was in the far north, Xuanzong was in the far east, and the other 4 Daoist sects chose to establish their orthodoxy in the small southern countries. Liang State, Mount Jiuhua, Danding sect's ancestral court. On this trip to Mount Jiuhua, Li Mu and Yuzhen were also accompanying sect master Xian Jizi. The flying boat passed through the Danding sect's mountain gate and landed directly on the main peak. Li Mu had just seen from the sky that there were neat medicinal fields on each peak of Mount Jiuhua. The Danding sect started out by refining pills and relied more on spiritual herbs than Fulu school. Since the establishment of the sect, they had been growing all kinds of spiritual herbs. In the square in front of the Taoist palace in the center of the main peak, many Danding sect disciples bowed to them. Li Mu followed Xian Jizi into the main peak's Taoist palace and saw several figures when he looked up. Most of the disciples of the Danding sect were female cultivators, and they were all good at maintaining their beauty. The elders didn't look much different from young women. Several female elders stood behind a woman who looked slightly older. That woman wore a crown on her head. She was the headmaster of the Danding sect, Wu Chenzi. Jade Sun stood behind Wu Chenzi. Ever since the three of them entered the Taoist palace, her gaze never left Xian Jizi. Xian Jizi cupped his fists at Wu Chenzi and smiled. "It's been a long time since we last met." senior sister's cultivation has become even more profound. Wu Chenzi coldly looked at him and got straight to the point. Xian Jizi, today I can clearly tell you that if you want the Pill Cauldron sect to help you, you must become Dao companions with junior sister Jade Sun. Otherwise, you should hurry back to where you came from. Jade Sun grabbed Wu Chenzi's hand and begged, Senior sister, don't do this. Wu Chenzi turned around and glared at her, saying, You're not allowed to talk. Xian Jizi smiled and said, That's why I came today. He looked at Jade Sun and slowly extended his hand, asking in a soft voice, Junior sister Jade Sun, are you willing to become my Dao companion? They didn't expect Xian Jizi to be so straightforward. Wu Chenzi and the elders of the Danding school looked at Xian Jizi in astonishment. Jade Sun Zi was stunned for a moment. Even the strongest man in Dongxian couldn't control his emotions, and 2 lines of clear tears flowed down his cheeks. Xian Jizi reached out his hand and gently wiped her tears, saying, It's my fault for making you wait for so long. Seeing this scene, Li Mu, Yuzhen Zi, and the people of the Danding school tactfully withdrew from the Dao Palace, leaving the space for the 2 of them. The lovers finally got married. This was something that made everyone happy and joyful. The elder of the Danding school became the wife of the headmaster of the Fulu school. The 2 schools were as close as a family. Judging from Wu Chenzi's domineering love for Jade Sun Zi, whether or not the 2 schools could unite would depend on Xian Jizi. This was something that Li Mu was very concerned about. This was because the alliance with the Danding school was the most important part of his plan for the future of the Fulu school. The greatest use of the Fulu was to defend against the enemy. Although the pills could also be used as magic treasures, the most important use was to increase one's cultivation. If the 2 schools could work together, one would be in charge of external affairs and the other would be in charge of internal affairs. The strength of the schools would be greatly improved in a short period of time. Of course, the premise of all this was that both the Fulu school and the Danding school had an endless supply of books, talismans, and alchemy materials. This would depend on the market in the fairies' capital. 3 months later, once the new market was approved by the cultivators of the Zhu continent, the 2 schools would no longer have to worry about materials based on the cultivators' reliance on the Fulu and pills. Li Mu stood outside the Dao Palace on the main peak of the Danding school. He was planning the future of the 2 schools in his mind. Suddenly, a strange wave of mana came from the Dao Palace behind him. At the same time, the surrounding heaven and earth energy also began to move. Yuzhen Zi was shocked and muttered, So fast. Wu Chenzi's face was filled with excitement. Li Mu still didn't know what had happened until he sensed 2 auras of the 7th level from the Dao Palace. One was Xian Jizi and the other was Jade Sun Zi. Like Yuzhen Zi, Jade Sun Zi of the Danding school had accepted the school's legacy many years ago. However, Yuzhen Zi had already reached the Transcendence realm a few years ago. Due to the unresolved knot in her heart, her cultivation had remained at Dongxian. Now that the knot in her heart had been resolved, her ascension was just a matter of time. All these years, Xian Jizi's greatest contribution was to bring a 7th level cultivator to the Fulu school. Including the 2 Grand Supreme Elders, the number of 7th level cultivators in the Fulu school had caught up to Xuanzong for the time being. Yuzhen Zi saluted Sect Master Wu Chenzi and smiled, Congratulations, senior sister. The Danding school has another Transcendence realm cultivator. Wu Chenzi glanced at the Dao Palace and said, I'm afraid I should be the one congratulating the Fulu school. Li Mu smiled and said, The Fulu Danding school and Fulu school are as close as a family. Congratulations to you, congratulations to you. Wu Chenzi looked at him and said, This must be junior brother Ling Jizi who caused a ruckus in Xuanzong, right? Xian Jizi was the main character in this trip to the Danding school. Li Mu didn't have the time to introduce himself. He saluted and said, Ling Jizi greets senior sister Wu Chenzi. Wu Chenzi said, Junior brother Ling Jizi is extremely talented and courageous. No wonder the 2 martial uncles of the Fulu school think so highly of you. Just as she finished speaking, 2 figures walked out of the Dao Palace hand in hand. Jade Sun Zi's aura was completely different from before. She held Xian Jizi's hand tightly with a shy look on her face. She was already a few decades old, but she still looked like a little girl who had just experienced her first awakening of love. Wu Chunzi glanced at Xian Jizi and went straight to the point. Yu Zhenzi said that the Danding School should open a Danding Pavilion in the Great Zhou Shindu. Xian Jizi only smiled and said, "Senior sister and junior brother Ling Jizi can discuss this matter." With that, he held Jade Sun Zi's hand and the two disappeared into the clouds. Wu Chunzi looked at Li Mu and was slightly shocked. She knew that Ling Jizi was valued in the Fulu school, but she didn't expect him to be valued to this extent. Xian Jizi clearly thought of him as the next headmaster of the Fulu school, and a future headmaster who would be in charge from now on. She glanced at Li Mu and said, "Come with me." Li Mu and her walked into the Dao Palace. Wu Chunzi walked to the center of the hall before turning around and asking, "Do you know that what you are about to do will cause the Fulu school and Xuanzong to have no room for negotiation?" Li Mu smiled and said, "Is there a way to turn things around now?" The three transcendent experts of the Fulu school caused trouble in Xuanzong. Li Mu made Xuanzong's grand elder lose face in front of countless cultivators of the Zhu continent. The Empress expelled the Fulu school's outer disciples and used their training grounds to raise livestock. There was no room for negotiation between them and Xuanzong. Wu Chunzi didn't ask any further and said, "Xian Jizi asked you to discuss with me, which means that you alone can take charge of the Fulu school. Since you have decided, I won't try to persuade you anymore. From now on, the Fulu Danding School is a family. If you need the Danding School to do anything, just tell me." Wu Chunzi was the head of the Danding School. If she could say these words, it meant that the Danding School had chosen to stand with the Fulu school in the face of Xuanzong. Li Mu pondered for a moment and then looked at her and said, "This matter isn't urgent. Today is the day that senior brother Xian Jizi and senior sister Jade Sun become Dao companions. Junior brother has a gift for the Danding School." He extended his hand and a jade slip appeared in his palm. He handed the jade slip to Wu Chunzi with both hands. Wu Chunzi took it and inadvertently scanned it with her divine sense. Her expression completely froze. She suddenly looked at Li Mu and said in shock, "This." Li Mu smiled and said, "This is a small gift. It's not enough to show my respect." Chapter 546. Li Mu had comprehended the heavenly book of the Danding School a long time ago. The reason why he didn't take it out before was because he was a disciple of the Fulu school. Of course, he didn't want other schools to grow stronger. But now, the Danding School and the Fulu school were like family. He didn't need to hide these things anymore. His opponent was the Xian sect, the #1 sect of Taoism, which was filled with powerful cultivators. Only when the Talisman sect and the Elixir sect were strong enough would he have more chips in his hands to fight against the Xian sect in the future. Wu Chunzi looked at the jade slip in her hand. It was as light as a feather, but also as heavy as 10,000 pounds. The Danding School's knowledge of alchemy was passed down to this day. Part of it came from the heavenly book, while the other part came from the enlightenment of the seniors of the school over thousands of years. This was the foundation of the Danding School. The jade slip wasn't big, but the information in it was extremely rich. It contained all the knowledge of alchemy that the Danding School's disciples had comprehended from the heavenly book. There were also countless prescriptions, alchemy notes, and enlightenment that she had never seen before. The Danding School had the hope of reaching the top of Taoism in a limited time if they obtained this item. Was this the small gift that Ling Jizi had mentioned? The small gift he had mentioned was the road to prosperity for the Danding School. She had thought that the Fulu school would benefit from the marriage of her junior sister and Xian Jizi. She hadn't expected that the Danding School would benefit the most. Even someone as calm as Wu Chunzi couldn't help but tremble as she held the jade slip. She pursed her lips and looked at Li Mu. "Junior brother, I'm afraid the Pill Cauldron sect won't be able to repay such a generous gift." Li Mu smiled again and interrupted her, saying, "Senior sister, you're treating me as an outsider. Our two sects are as close as a family. Senior sister, you even offended Xuanzong for us. This is nothing, Mount Jiuhua." On the main peak of the Danding School, the sound of bells suddenly rang. The bell tolled 9 times. At first, the disciples didn't pay much attention to it, but when the 9th bell tolled, all of the disciples and elders in the Pill Cauldron sect stopped what they were doing and hurried toward the main peak, with the exception of the elders who were at a critical juncture in their pill concocting. The sky around the main peak was filled with figures flying in the air. Everyone stood on the dojo in front of the main peak according to their seniority. The 9 chimes of the bell meant that all the disciples in the sect were being summoned. Something important must have happened in the sect, or the sect leader had something important to announce. Wu Chunzi walked out of the Holy Ji Palace. All the disciples bowed and said, "Greetings, Headmaster." Wu Chunzi stood in front of the Dao Palace and slowly announced, "Just now, Elder Jade Sun has transcended." What? Elder Jade Sun has finally advanced. With that, our sect will have 4 seventh realms. Xuanzong only has 5 seventh realms. Aren't we very close to Xuanzong? Everyone in the dojo heard the news. Whether they were low-level disciples or elders, they immediately jumped for joy. The Danding school only had 3 seventh realms in the past. The 2 Grand Supreme Elders were nearing the end of their lifespans. If the sect leader hadn't advanced, there would only be 1 supreme powerhouse left after the 2 Grand Supreme Elders reached the end of their lifespans. They would immediately fall to the bottom of the 6 sections. Now that Elder Jade Sun had advanced, even if the 2 Grand Supreme Elders died, the overall strength of the Danding school wouldn't fall too much. Wu Chunzi raised her hand, and the dojo quieted down again. She looked at the disciples of the Danding school and continued, "There's one more thing. Elder Jade Sun has already become Dao companions with the sect leader of the Fulu school, Xian Jizi. The Dao companion ceremony will be held soon." The moment she said that, the dojo fell silent for a moment. Then, an even greater uproar broke out. Did I hear wrongly? Elder Jade Sun and the sect leader of the Fulu school have become Dao companions. This is too sudden. I've never heard of this before. The dojo was as noisy as a bustling market. These 2 pieces of news brought too much shock to the disciples of the Fulu school. An elder of the sect had advanced to the 7th realm and become Dao companions with the sect leader of another sect. 2 joyous events had come at the same time in one day. Many disciples were still in a daze. After announcing these 2 major events, Wu Chunzi gave them some time to digest the news. She spoke again, "Peak heads, follow me in for a discussion." For this discussion, Wu Chunzi and the peak heads discussed for 3 whole days. The disciples of the Danding school didn't know what the peak heads and the sect leader were discussing. However, after 3 days, the peak heads finished their discussion and returned to their peaks to warn the disciples. Elder Jade Sun was about to become Dao companions with the sect leader of the Fulu school. From then on, the Danding school and the Fulu school would be as close as one family. The disciples of the Danding school had to help each other in the future. They had to treat the Fulu school disciples the same way they treated their own disciples. Their 7th realm elder and the sect leader of another sect had become Dao companions. If the disciples of the 2 sects still held grudges against each other, they would lose face for their own sections. There was no need for the peak heads to warn them about these things. At this time, in the Daoist palace on the main peak, Wu Chunzi said to a peak head, "Hang Yangzi, go down the mountain personally and pay a visit to the imperial family of the state of Liang and the sects and aristocratic families of the state of Liang that are on good terms with us. Ask them if they have any intention of setting up a shop in the Great Zhou's Shendu." Li Mu knew very well that the "ask" that Wu Chunzi spoke of was definitely not just asking. Although they were both part of the 6 great Daoist sects, the Danding sect's position in the state of Liang was completely different from the Fulu school and Xuanzong's position in the Great Zhou. Without the Fulu school and Xuanzong, the Great Zhou was still the most powerful country in the Zhou province. Without the Danding sect, the state of Liang was reduced to the bottom of the southern countries, not much stronger than the state of Yen and other small countries. As long as the Danding sect spoke, the imperial family of the state of Liang and all the sects and aristocratic families, big and small, would definitely give them face. Li Mu cupped his hands towards Wu Chunzi and said, "Thank you, senior sister." Wu Chunzi smiled and said, "2 sects and 1 family, this is how it should be." This time, Li Mu stayed at the Danding sect for longer than expected. The main reason was that Xian Jizi didn't want to go back. He and Jade Sun were nowhere to be seen all day long. No one knew where they were going to be lovey-dovey. Added together, they were almost 200 years old. Now was the first spring, but their spirits were no less than those of young people. However, Li Mu couldn't stay here any longer. The support of the Danding sect was not enough. He still had to find a way to obtain the support of other powers. When Li Mu was about to leave, the space around him fluctuated. Xian Jizi appeared beside him and asked, "Junior brother, you're leaving?" Li Mu nodded and said, "I'm going to the Yao country." The other three sects had no other choice. They could only use the Qinhu country to make up the numbers. There was no Yao country, but it was rich in spiritual medicine and minerals. These were resources that the cultivation world of the Zhu continent lacked. It wasn't easy for Li Mu to come out, so he wanted to see Huanji again. He didn't want her to think that Li Mu had forgotten about her after putting on his clothes. Before leaving, Li Mu didn't give up and asked Xian Jizi, "Senior brother, do you have any junior sisters or senior sisters in the Spirit Formation sect, South sect, and North sect?" Xian Jizi glanced at him and said, "Do you think I'm like you, having lovers everywhere?" Li Mu did not like to hear these words. If it were not for the fact that he had connections everywhere, where would the heavenly secret talismans that had been used to extend the lives of the two grand elders had come from? Regardless of whether it was the Empress or Huanji, they would not have given him face as the leader of the talisman puppet sect. The two grand elders would probably have already passed on their transcendence powers by now, riding on cranes to the west. Li Mu waved his hand and said, "I'm leaving." He flew up and headed north. However, as soon as he left Mount Jiuhua, a ray of light flew past him. It didn't stop at all and headed straight for the Danding sect. Li Mu stopped and looked back at the figure in the ray of light. From the speed and aura of that person, it was a cultivator from Dongxian. A 6th-level cultivator was rushing to the Danding sect. He didn't know why. He had already told Huanji that he was going to the Yao country. He didn't want to think about it anymore and continued to fly north. Mount Jiuhua. A ray of light shot from the distance and landed on the main peak. Wu Chenzi walked out from the Dao Palace and looked at a man. She asked, "Guang Yuanzi, what happened? Why are you in such a hurry?" The man in a Daoist robe walked forward and anxiously said, "Senior Sister Wu Chen, the Spirit Formation sect has something to ask of you." Chapter 547. Thousand Fox City. The diligent queen hadn't attended morning court for 3 days. It was almost noon when Li Mu woke up from the bed in the harem. Phantom Princess was still sleeping soundly in his arms. The six-tailed fox demon's seductive skills were irresistible. He had been trapped in the fox's seductive attacks for 3 days and 3 nights. However, Li Mu didn't forget that he was here for serious business. He couldn't indulge himself like this anymore. Li Mu decided to keep a distance from this seductive body for the time being. Phantom Princess suddenly turned over and pressed her soft body tightly against his. Li Mu changed his mind at the last minute. From tomorrow onward, he would keep a distance from her. Thousand Fox City, in front of the palace. Commander Hu Lu just told the demon officials that the morning court was cancelled again. The queen hadn't attended morning court for 5 days. The demon officials could only return to their offices. At this time, Li Mu wasn't sleeping in the bed in the harem. Instead, he was making jade slips. He gave Phantom Princess the heavenly book of the demon race to recruit the big and small demon races. However, it was too difficult for them to comprehend it on their own. Many demons couldn't comprehend anything at all. Li Mu simply engraved the contents of the heavenly book on a jade slip like he did with the Pill Cauldron sect. He asked her to teach it according to the demon race that submitted to her. As for the heavenly book of the fox race, Li Mu had already given it to her. The lesson he learned from Xuanzong last time reminded Li Mu that he couldn't be strong alone. He also needed reliable helpers and a strong alliance behind him. In the future, he should supervise the queen's cultivation more. When she reached the 8th level, Li Mu could do whatever he wanted in the 10 continents and 3 islands. There was also Phantom Princess. The Heavenly Fox race was one of the top races. They weren't inferior to the dragon race. It wasn't good for her to indulge in beauty all day long. Li Mu walked to the bed and patted her smooth body. Wake up. It's time to cultivate. Hulu had already made arrangements for the Qianhu kingdom to open a store in the divine capital. Aside from spiritual herbs, the Yao kingdom also had some specialties that human cultivators urgently needed. For example, the silk of the silkworm demon clan was a material used to make immortal garments. If sold to the imperial court or the northern faction, they could be refined into immortal garments with defensive capabilities. This kind of clothing was extremely popular in the cultivation world. Hulu had already informed the silkworm demon clan to provide some silk every once in a while. Of course, the silkworm demon clan's treatment here would also be greatly improved. When Li Mu was inscribing the jade slip, Huan Ji was lying on top of him. Li Mu wanted her to cultivate, but she said that after he left, she would have plenty of time to cultivate. Li Mu could only let her be. After all, he did not have many opportunities to come to the Yao nation. Huan Ji hugged him from behind and rested her head on Li Mu's shoulder. Sometimes she would blow on his neck and sometimes she would kiss him on the cheek. She was completely a clingy little fairy. Suddenly, there was a sound of vibration in the storage space. Feeling the soft body lying on his back, Li Mu felt an inexplicable sense of guilt. When he discovered that it was not the Empress who was transmitting her voice, but rather the talisman sect sound-transmitting magical tool, he was slightly relieved. Li Mu did not hide from Huan Ji. After activating the artifact, he asked, "Senior brother, what is it?" Xian Jizi's voice was serious. "Junior brother, do you have 7 heart flowers and profound heart grass that are over 500 years old?" 7 heart flowers and profound heart grass were not particularly precious spiritual herbs, but anything over 500 years old, even if it was just a stalk of green foxtail grass, was worth a lot. In Li Mu's memory, there was only one kind of pill that required both of these herbs. It was a type of pill called demon suppression pill. It was used by cultivators to suppress their inner demons. Li Mu asked, "What happened?" Xian Jizi said with a heavy tone, "A grand elder of the spirit array sect failed to break through and was invaded by his inner demons. It affected his mind and almost caused a disaster. Fortunately, the sect master and another grand elder were at the sect at the time. Using the mountain protecting formation, they worked together to control him. However, they also suffered heavy injuries. The people of the Spirit Array sect came to the Pill Cauldron sect to ask for a demon suppression pill. The Pill Cauldron sect lacks these 2 herbs." Li Mu understood the demon suppression pill, so he was very clear that the key to this matter was not the 7 heart flowers and profound heart grass. Although the demon suppression pill could be at least a mystic level pill, the demon suppression pill needed to be at least a saint level pill to be effective on a grand elder of the Spirit Array sect in the 7th realm. Refining a saint level pill was as difficult as writing a saint level fulu. Not to mention the Pill Cauldron sect, even Li Mu himself might not be able to refine it. He could only say to Xian Jizi, "I'll try my best to find it." Li Mu and Illusion Princess searched through the treasury of the Thousand Fox Nation and Illusion Princess's personal treasury. They found many 7 heart flowers and profound heart grass, but they were far less than 500 years old. Spirit herbs that were over 100 years old would emit dense spirit chi and attract cultivators, monsters, and even wild beasts. Spirit herbs that were over 100 years old were rarely found in the wild unless they were cultivated by a family or faction with hundreds or thousands of years of history. Illusion Princess thought for a moment and said, "The Thousand Fox Nation doesn't have them, but that doesn't mean the Tian Lang Nation and the Black Snake Nation and Flying Bear Tribe don't have them. I'll have Hu Jiao go to their territory and ask." The Tian Lang Nation and the Thousand Fox Nation had great enmity. The Black Snake Nation and the Flying Bear Tribe had no relationship with the Thousand Fox Nation. Even if they had them, they might not give them to Hu Jiao. Li Mu thought for a moment and said, "Let's go ourselves." Not long after, he brought Illusion Princess, 1 level 7 monster corpse, and 10 level 6 monster corpses to the Tian Lang Nation. The Blue Wolf King and the former monster sect Grand Elder's corpses had been refined into monster corpses by Qin Shi and the others. The tiger monster was at the peak of level 6, but after it was refined, its cultivation level remained at the early stage of level 6. In the Tian Lang Nation, the Blue Wolf King sat cross-legged in his cave abode, cultivating with his eyes closed. He had lost his physical body in the Battle of the Thousand Fox Nation. Although he had found another one later, it was impossible for him to recover his strength within 10 years. Therefore, he had warned the Sirius clan and their subordinate demon clans to shrink their territory and avoid conflict with the Thousand Fox Nation as much as possible. He no longer dreamed of ruling the Monster Nation. It was already very difficult for him to keep his current territory. At a certain moment, the Blue Wolf King, who was cultivating in his cave abode, suddenly opened his eyes with an extremely frightened expression. He immediately flew out of his cave abode. Just as he flew into the sky, he saw a dozen streaks of light shooting toward him. It was a powerful aura, mixed with monster chi and corpse chi. One of the corpses was his physical body. The Blue Wolf King's expression changed drastically. He thought that the Thousand Fox Nation had come to exterminate them. Without hesitation, he turned into a streak of light and tried to escape. Without the support of the demon sect, the Tian Lang Nation was no match for the Thousand Fox Nation. That human must have brought so many demonic corpses with him to kill him. The Green Wolf King didn't have any fighting spirit, but just as he was about to flee, the 7th-tier demonic corpse had already blocked his path. The other demonic corpses also quickly caught up and surrounded him. The Blue Wolf King had no hope of escaping. He looked at Li Mu and Illusion Princess with grief and indignation. He said, "My tribe has already made concessions. Do you really want to kill us all?" Li Mu only wanted to borrow 2 spirit herbs. Just as he was about to explain his intentions, the Blue Wolf King hesitated for a moment and seemed to have made a big decision. He gritted his teeth and said, "From now on, the Tian Lang tribe will submit to the Heavenly Fox Nation. This way, you will let me go, right?" Li Mu and Illusion Princess looked at each other. They could see the shock in each other's eyes. Although the Tian Lang tribe was not as powerful as before, they were still one of the 4 major monster tribes. If the Blue Wolf King led the monster kings under him to fight to the death, the Thousand Fox Nation would have to pay a heavy price to exterminate or subdue them. That was why they had not done anything to the Tian Lang tribe. This time, they really only came to borrow 2 spirit herbs. They did not expect to receive such an unexpected reward. Li Mu looked at Illusion Princess, and Illusion Princess looked at Li Mu. A cunning look flashed across their eyes. Li Mu's mind moved, and the monster corpses retreated. The Blue Wolf King was overjoyed. "You agree?" Li Mu looked at him calmly and said, "The heavens are benevolent. Since you are willing to submit, I will spare your life today." Chapter 548. Tian Lang Kingdom. The Blue Wolf King brought Li Mu and Phantom Princess to the palace. He had already thought things through. Working for the demon sect was the same as working for the Thousand Fox Kingdom. After what happened last time, the demon sect had all fled, leaving him alone to face the powerful Thousand Fox Kingdom. This was enough to prove that the demon sect was not reliable. He might as well submit to the Thousand Fox Kingdom, so that he would not have to worry about this human bringing a group of powerful demon corpses to take his life every day. After thinking this through, the last bit of unhappiness in the Blue Wolf King's heart quickly disappeared without a trace. Inside the palace of Tian Lang Kingdom, Li Mu looked at the Blue Wolf King and said, "Although you're willing to submit, we can't completely trust you. Hand over a drop of your soul blood." Soul blood was very important to both human and demon cultivators. The Blue Wolf King did not want to hand it over, but a wolf under someone else's roof had to bow. If he did not hand over the soul blood, it would be difficult to resolve the situation today. He hesitated for a moment, but still obediently forced out a drop of soul blood. Li Mu put away the soul blood, then said, "One more thing. Do you have 7 heart flowers and mysterious heart grass that are more than 500 years old?" The Yao Kingdom was very rich in spiritual herbs. The Blue Wolf King did not recognize the 7 heart flowers and mysterious heart grass, but spiritual herbs that were more than 100 years old could be eaten raw to increase one's spiritual power. He had collected quite a few over the years. After all, he had just submitted. In order to claim credit, he took out all the spiritual herbs in his storage space and said, "This is my many years of savings. Sir, please see if you have those 2 spiritual herbs." Li Mu looked at the spiritual herbs, his eyes shining. This old wolf's wealth was too rich. The worst of these spiritual herbs were at least 100 years old, and there was no lack of supreme spiritual herbs that were hundreds of years old. Li Mu waved his sleeve, and the spiritual herbs disappeared. The Blue Wolf King widened his eyes and looked at Li Mu. He opened his mouth and muttered, "This." Li Mu waved his hand and said, "You don't know how to refine pills or write talismans. Leaving these things with you is purely a waste. I'll help you keep them for the time being." The Green Wolf King was filled with regret now. If he had known that this human was so greedy, he would not have taken out all of his spirit herbs. Now, all of his spirit herbs had been taken away by this human. The day when he could recover his strength was now far away. After taking the Blue Wolf King's savings, Li Mu began to search among the spirit herbs. Very quickly, he found a very strange-looking creature. There were 7 heart-shaped flowers growing on the stem of a certain plant. 6 of them were red, and 1 was pink. Every 100 years, one of the 7 hearts flowers would turn red. 6 red flowers meant that this flower was more than 600 years old. The 7-heart flower had been found, and the mysterious heart grass was also found in the Blue Wolf King. However, its medicinal age was not high enough to be used as an ingredient for saint-grade medicinal pills. Li Mu and Huan Ji could only go to the mysterious snake clan to try their luck. When the Blue Wolf King heard that Li Mu and Huan Ji were going to the mysterious snake clan, he volunteered to go with them. The mysterious snake clan's territory was in a vast swamp basin. This was the best environment for the mysterious heart grass to grow. The entire mysterious snake clan's territory was covered in a layer of purple poisonous fog. Normal monsters would not be able to enter, but to Li Mu's group, this poisonous fog was nothing. The Blue Wolf King took the initiative to show off. Wherever he went, a gust of demonic wind blew away the poisonous fog. He asked, "Are we going to attack the mysterious snake clan?" Li Mu said indifferently, "No, we're going to ask if they have any 500-year-old mysterious heart grass." The Thousand Fox Nation's focus was on development, not expansion. Without the monster corpses, they were not much stronger than the other 3 clans. They could not take over such a large territory. "Oh," the Blue Wolf King flew in front. Li Mu poured a bucket of cold water on him. He felt that something was wrong. He had brought so many people with him. It was enough to destroy the mysterious snake clan, but he was only going to look for herbs. Was he going to the Celestial Wolf Kingdom for herbs too? The more the Blue Wolf King thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. He asked tentatively, "Then why did you come to the Celestial Wolf Kingdom, my lord?" "Li Mu, I originally came for herbs, but since you're so sincere, I'll take your soul blood while I'm at it." The Blue Wolf King did not speak again. Li Mu noticed that he slapped himself a few times. He probably would not speak casually in the future. The poisonous fog gradually thickened as the 3 of them flew. They could no longer see the sun when they looked up. Rugged rocks began to appear frequently in the swamp. Some of these rocks were dozens of feet tall, while others were hundreds of feet tall. They emitted a faint demonic aura. The Blue Wolf King was getting impatient. After asking for instructions from Li Mu, he howled to the sky and shouted, "Jiao Tian, come out and see me." His aura spread out, and the low-level snake demons in the rocks nearby trembled. An equally powerful aura burst out from the swamp in front of them. In a dozen breaths of time, it arrived in front of the 3 of them. A thin man in white floated in the air. When he saw the Blue Wolf King opposite him, as well as Li Mu and Phantom Princess behind him, his eyes narrowed. He said warily, "Blue Wolf, what are you doing here?" Li Mu had a good impression of the Snake Clan. He smiled at the man in white and said, "We're here to ask the Snake King for a 500-year-old mysterious heart grass." The white-robed man didn't believe Li Mu's words at all. The ambitious Blue Wolf King had brought 2 powerful cultivators here just to ask for a single herb. Who the hell would believe him? This treacherous old wolf must be up to no good. The man in white let out a long howl. In the fog, countless auras closed in. Soon, they surrounded Li Mu, Phantom Princess, and the other two. These people were obviously the strong people of the Snake Clan. Their eyes shone fiercely. Among these auras, there were 2 6th-level auras and more than 10 5th-level auras. The man in white looked at the Blue Wolf King and said coldly, "Get out. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. You're not my match now." This time, to show his goodwill, Li Mu kept the spirit corpses in his cave abode. However, in this situation, a battle could break out at any moment. Even if the Snake Clan had the mysterious heart grass, they would not give it to him. Therefore, Li Mu summoned all the spirit corpses. 1 7th level and 10 6th level. The aura of the Snake Clan was instantly suppressed. Li Mu looked at the 9 Heaven Snake King and repeated, "We're here to ask the Snake King for a 500-year-old mysterious heart grass. We can also exchange for it with other spirit herbs of equal value." The 9 Heaven Snake King thought for a moment and slowly reached out his hand. A white light flashed in his palm and a plant with a long leaf floated in his hand. The plant slowly flew towards Li Mu. The 9 Heaven Snake King said, "There's no need to exchange. You're a guest from afar. This mysterious heart grass is for you." Li Mu accepted the spirit herb and cupped his hands. "Thank you, Snake King." Then, he waved his hand and a jade slip flew towards the 9 Heaven Snake King. Seeing the group leave, a snake demon flew over and said in shock, "That seems to be the Queen of Thousand Fox Country, Phantom Princess, and the State Preceptor of Thousand Fox Country. The Fox Clan and the Wolf Clan are mortal enemies. Why are they with the Blue Wolf King?" The 9 Heaven Snake King looked in front of him in shock. He used his divine sense to check the jade slip and found that it recorded a Snake Clan divine ability that even he didn't know about. Although it wasn't very powerful, it was more than enough to exchange for a spirit herb. At this moment, he was full of questions. These people were really here to ask for spirit herbs. Why was the Blue Wolf King with the people of Thousand Fox Country? The strength of Thousand Fox Country was far beyond his imagination. Even without the appearance of the 10,000 Illusion Lord and Huan Yun, they already had the strength to annihilate the Snake Clan. While the 9 Heaven Snake King was still on tenterhooks, Li Mu had already sent Phantom Princess back to Thousand Fox Country and rushed back to Mount Jiuhua as fast as he could. Pill Cauldron Sect. After Xian Jizi put down the sound transmission Dharma artifact, he sighed and said to Wu Chenzi, "Junior brother has found the 7 heart flower and mysterious heart grass. He's on his way here." Guang Qingzi's face lit up. He said, "Martial uncle can be saved." Only Wu Chenzi was still worried. Even the great elder of the Pill Cauldron sect, who was the strongest in alchemy, had a pitifully low success rate in refining a saint-grade pill. It was already considered lucky if he could refine 1 out of 10 sets of materials. This time, there was only 1 set of materials to refine the demon-subduing pill. If he failed, there would be no more chances. He looked at Guang Qingzi and said, "The Pill Cauldron sect once stored 2 saint-grade demon-subduing pills. One was used by the Great Elder a long time ago, and the other was given to Xuanzong. You can go to Xuanzong and ask. Xuanzong hasn't had any elders break through in recent years, so their pill should still be intact." Hearing this, Guang Qingzi immediately contacted the Spirit Array sect. Not long after, he received news that Xuanzong's demon-subduing pill had been used. Wu Chenzi didn't say anything, but Guang Qingzi sensed her strangeness. He asked, "Senior sister, is there something wrong with this?" Wu Chenzi shook her head and said, "The demon-subduing pill is only used when one fails to break through, their spiritual power reverses, and their violent emotions suppress their rationality. Xuanzong hasn't had any elders break through in recent years." Guang Qingzi understood what she meant. He bowed to Wu Chenzi and said, "Please, senior sister." Xuanzong. Dao Qingzi sat cross-legged on a futon with a pill floating in his hand. If it wasn't for the Spirit Array sect's reminder, he wouldn't even know that the sect had a saint-grade demon-subduing pill. He didn't hesitate to swallow the pill. After refining it, he impatiently scanned his body with his divine sense. After a long time, he retracted his divine sense and let out a long sigh. At this moment, a voice sounded in his mind. What are you looking for? Do you need my help? Chapter 549. Mount Jiuhua. Li Mu hurried to Pill Cauldron School and handed the 7-heart flower and heavenly will grass to Wu Chenzi. Guang Yuanzi of Spirit Formation School clasped his fist and said, "Thank you, junior brother. Spirit Formation School owes you a favor." Li Mu waved his hand and said, "It's my duty, senior brother doesn't need to be so polite." Then she looked at Wu Chenzi and asked, "How confident are you in refining this pill, senior sister?" Wu Chenzi shook his head and said, "Even a grand elder wouldn't have a 10% chance of success." A 10% chance was almost zero. Li Mu thought about it and asked again, "What will happen if the refinement fails?" His question caused everyone to fall into silence. A 7th realm cultivator who failed to break through would have their mind taken over by the negative emotions of violence and killing. This was the most terrifying heart demon a cultivator would encounter. If these negative emotions couldn't be removed, the only way was to kill the demonized cultivator to prevent them from harming the world and causing even more serious consequences. A grand elder sacrificing his entire life for the school only to end up with such a tragic ending. It was hard to accept. Li Mu thought for a moment and said, "Why don't I have a try?" Wu Chenzi was shocked. "You?" Xian Jizi walked forward and explained, "Junior brother has a rare 7 orifices heart. Fulu School Saint Rank Fulu was drawn with his help. If he participates in the refinement of the demon-subduing pill, it might increase the chance of success." 7 orifices heart. Wu Chenzi finally understood why the talisman puppet sect valued Ling Jizi so much. The heart of 7 orifices might not have an advantage over other physiques in terms of cultivation, but in terms of writing talismans, it had an advantage that no other physique possessed. Their hearts had 6 more orifices than others. They were born to be emotionless machines for refining pills and talisman writing. Wu Chenzi quickly understood Xian Jizi's meaning and said, "You mean, during the refinement, we can use his body to borrow our yuan shen?" Xian Jizi nodded and said, "There's no better way than this." Not long after Wu Chenzi left the Dao Palace, he returned with 2 old women. She looked at Li Mu and said, "Junior brother, these 2 are the grand elders of my Dan Cauldron sect. Their attainments in alchemy are unparalleled in the world. You can choose one of their primordial spirits to possess you." Li Mu looked at the 2 grand elders and decisively looked away. He said, "I have a better candidate in mind, so I won't trouble the grand elders." Wu Chenzi looked at Li Mu's departing figure and suddenly said to Guang Yuanzi, "Junior brother Ling Jizi wants to open a market in the Great Zhou's divine capital. The Alchemy Cauldron faction has already agreed to settle in the Alchemy Cauldron Pavilion there. If junior brother Ling Jizi can refine the demon-subduing pill, your Spirit Array faction will owe him a big favor. I'm afraid you'll have to do something." Guang Yuanzi was silent for a moment before he said, "Senior sister, don't worry. Regardless of whether the evil-subduing pill can be refined successfully, the Danding sect will repay junior brother Ling Jizi." Half a month later, in the Great Zhou's divine capital. The clear sky above the divine capital was suddenly filled with dark clouds. Lightning flashed within the dark clouds. To the people of the divine capital, this kind of weather was no stranger. They only looked up and continued with their own business. Several figures rushed into the clouds. Soon, the dark clouds completely dissipated, revealing the clear sky once again. In the palace, Li Mu personally handed a green pill to Guang Yuanzi. Guang Yuanzi was excited and said, "Thank you, junior brother Ling Jizi." "Thank you, Empress of the Great Zhou." Li Mu smiled and said, "You're welcome. Quickly give it to the grand elders." He had never refined a saint-grade pill before, so he first used a few heaven-grade pills to practice. After all, there was only 1 set of ingredients, so he couldn't afford to waste them. As a result, although it took a long time, there weren't any problems in the process of refining the evil-subduing pill. While he and the Empress were refining pills day and night, the Spirit Array sect had already set up shop in the market. Not only that, they also helped Li Mu rope in some sects and families of the Jing state. In addition to the sects and families of the Danding Pavilion and the state of Liang, as well as the Fulu School and the Great Zhou Court, they could already support a market. The market hadn't opened yet, but all the major shops had already started pre-sale promotions. There were all kinds of promotions and rebates. Every day, there would be free lectures from experts of the Fulu School, the Danding sect, the Spirit Array sect, and the Great Zhou Court. In a short time, it attracted countless cultivators from the central region. Xuanzong. The Great Zhou Court had completely fallen out with Xuanzong. In order to prevent the Great Zhou Court from doing anything harmful to Xuanzong, Dao Qingzi ordered his disciples to closely monitor every move of the Great Zhou Court. Naturally, the busy construction of the market outside the fairy's capital could not escape their eyes. Dao Qingzi tapped the armrest of his chair with his index finger. "Do they want to imitate me, Xuanzong?" Miao Xuanzi said, "Master, our sect's exchange meeting is about to end." The Great Zhou Court's move is obviously to attract cultivators from the Zhou continent. According to my investigation, the Fulu School, the Danding sect, the Spirit Array sect, and some other sects and families have already set up shop in the market of the Great Zhou's divine capital. When the exchange meeting ends, the cultivators of the Zhou continent will probably gather in the divine capital. Dao Qingzi frowned. The Danding sect and the Spirit Array sect are on the same side as the Fulu School, Miao Xuanzi said. The Danding sect's Jade Sun reached the 7th realm a few days ago and became the Fulu School's Dao companion. It's not strange that the Danding sect and the Fulu School are on the same side. The Spirit Array sect's request for a pill failed last time. I'm afraid they're already dissatisfied with me, Xuanzong. He looked at Dao Qingzi and said, "Master, we can't let others take advantage of the market." As the Grand Elder of Xuanzong, Dao Qingzi naturally knew the use of a cultivation market. Xuanzong's market only opened once every 5 years for a month each time. However, the spiritual jades and other cultivation resources that Xuanzong harvested during this month were enough to satisfy the cultivation needs of all the disciples in the sect for 5 years. Dao Qingzi snorted. "They're trying to steal my Xuanzong's business. They've got a good plan." Miao Xuanzi said, "We can't let the Zhou Imperial Court take advantage of us." Dao Qingzi thought for a moment and said, "Pass down my order. From today onwards, the sect's market will always be open. The spiritual jades that the sect takes from the shops will be reduced by 10%. Xuanzong's month-long exchange meeting was about to end. According to past practice, the market would be closed until it reopened 5 years later. Most of the stalls and shop owners had already started packing up and were preparing to leave. However, very soon, the Xianzong announced that even though the social gathering had ended, the market within the sect would continue to be open. Furthermore, from today onwards, the Xianzong would deduct 10% of the profits from all the shops and stalls. As soon as these two pieces of news spread out, it caused a huge commotion. The cultivators who were ready to leave were in no hurry to go back. They planned to stay in Xuanzong for a long time. Not only could they exchange for cultivation resources, but they could also listen to Xuanzong's lectures. How could there be such a good deal in the past? Of course, there were also some rumors that spread among the cultivators. Have you heard? A market has also opened in Shendu of Great Zhou. I've heard that the Great Zhou Court treats all the shops and independent cultivators equally. They only take 10% of the spiritual jades. Moreover, the shops there have already been built. Merchants can stay in them for free, only 10% and stay in them for free? Isn't that more generous than Xuanzong? Xuanzong takes 30 to 40% of our profits, and we still have to charge them for using their shops. Why don't we go to Shendu of Great Zhou? The commission is lower there, and the location is excellent. I'm sure there will be more customers. It's said that there are experts from various sects who preach every day. Xuanzong is the biggest sect in Taoism. They're too greedy. In the Taoist palace, Dao Qingzi's face was a little dark. Even though Xuanzong had opened up the market and reduced the commission of spiritual jades, independent cultivators, merchants, and cultivators attending the exchange were still leaving in large numbers. It was obvious that someone was fanning the flames. However, when Xuanzong wanted to investigate, the market in Zhou's Shendu had already been discussed by everyone. Within 2 days, 30% of the shops and stalls in the market had been emptied. When it came to the market, Xuanzong was already at a disadvantage compared to Zhou's Chengdu. Xuanzong was far away in the East Sea. Its geographical location was not good, but Chengdu was in the center of the Zhou continent. It had a unique advantage. Once the market in Chengdu was established, who would be willing to come to Xuanzong? Dao Qingzi thought for a moment and gritted his teeth. Reduce the spiritual jades taken by the sect by another 10%. Chengdu Changle Palace. Under Li Mu's supervision, the Empress was practicing her art Dao to increase her strength. Li Mu was holding a simple and unadorned book that had mysterious runes written on it. In fact, as long as a market was established in Chengdu, Xuanzong would not be able to do business. The geographical disadvantage could not be remedied by reducing the commission. Even if Xuanzong reduced the commission to the same level as the imperial court, or even provided a place for free, their business would still not be good if there were no customers. Without the market, Xuanzong would be able to obtain at least 70% of the cultivation resources. Since Xuanzong wanted to save face, he would make them lose face as well. After learning dragon language from Qing Xian for a long time, Li Mu could now somewhat understand the Dragon King's diary. The contents of the diary were more exciting than he had imagined. This lustful dragon had slept with hundreds of races in the 10 continents. Li Mu was engrossed in the diary. Mr. Mei walked in from outside and said that someone was looking for him in the worship department. Li Mu put away the diary and went to the worship department. At the entrance, he saw the successor of Moism. Chapter 550. The school of Moism was also a prominent sect in ancient times. Their mechanism techniques were unique in the cultivation world and were used by some cultivation dynasties. However, due to various reasons, they declined and finally lost their inheritance. Li Mu guessed that one of the main reasons for the decline of the Mo family was because the mechanism technique required a large amount of manpower and resources, and some dynasties and large sects could not afford it. Furthermore, the most important point was that the mechanism technique was not a single discipline. A mechanism grandmaster would also be a blacksmith grandmaster, talisman grandmaster, and array grandmaster. The core of mechanism techniques was to use talisman arrays on artifacts. This required mechanism masters to be proficient in refinement, fulu, and array masters. This effectively blocked most people who were interested in mechanism techniques. At the entrance of the offerings department, a middle-aged man called Mo Li cupped his fists at Li Mu. "Greetings, Lord Li," Li Mu said, "You're welcome. Come in." Inside the offerings department, Li Mu asked Mo Li to sit down and asked someone to pour him a cup of tea. Then, he asked, "How much do you know about the school of Moism's mechanism techniques?" Mo Li's expression was serious as he said in a low voice, "I am the only legitimate successor of the school of Moism. Although the school of Moism has declined, its inheritance is complete. I know all the mechanism techniques of the school of Moism. I just lack manpower, materials, and spiritual jades." Li Mu went straight to the point. "You want to revive the school of Moism?" It was not that he could guess Mo Li's thoughts. During the 100 schools of thought, every school wanted to be powerful and suppress the other schools. However, later on, Taoism became dominant and the other schools declined. The 6 sects of Taoism still wanted to be the leader of Taoism. As the successor of an ancient sect, who did not want to revive their own school and fulfill the wishes of their ancestors, Mo Li did not deny it. He asked, "Lord, are you willing to give me this opportunity?" Li Mu said, "Although the Great Zhou is large and does not lack resources, if the resources used to support the school of Moism are used to recruit experts, the strength of the offerings department may double. Therefore, you have to first convince me why I should give you these resources." If he wanted to obtain enough resources from the Great Zhou, he had to first demonstrate the value of these resources. Mo Li was already prepared. He took out a jade slip and handed it to Li Mu, saying, "This is a part of the Mo family's mechanical arts." Li Mu scanned the jade slip with his spiritual will, and the contents of the jade slip appeared in his mind. This part of the mechanical technique was in the form of blueprints. Li Mu, who had once been an engineering student, had no difficulty in understanding these blueprints. The reason why the school of Moism was so highly regarded during the dynasty was because, compared to the other 6 factions, the school of Moism could be transformed into a war machine. The puppets and magical equipment they created could carry out the combat ability of high-level human cultivators, if not better. Most of the magical equipment was designed in the same way as modern weapons. The blueprint of the school of Mo was not a secret. The secret was the talisman array engraved on it. Li Mu put down the jade slip and said, "If this is all, it is not enough." Mo Li was silent for a moment, then asked, "What else does the great Zhou court want?" Li Mu pointed at a long cannon barrel and said, "The power of this thing is acceptable, but it can only fire one shot in a short period of time. It is not flexible enough. I need you to change it into a mechanism that can fire multiple shots." Mo Li thought for a moment, then said, "Changing the talisman array and adding more grooves for embedding spiritual jades is not difficult." Li Mu continued, "These can only be used on land and in the air. The court also needs something that can be used in water." Mo Li said, "This is easy. You can engrave a water-repelling array on the mechanism. These puppets are not powerful enough. The power of the puppets is related to the materials and spiritual jades used. The better the materials, the sturdier the body of the puppets and the higher the defense. The higher the grade of the spiritual jades, the stronger the attack power of the puppets. The strongest puppets are comparable to Dongxian." Li Mu and Mo Li chatted for a few hours in the Department of Offerings and returned home very late. He had high hopes for the Mo family's mechanism technique. He hoped that the successor of the Mo family would be able to create something useful for him soon. Manpower was not a problem for the court. Ever since the Shan Kingdom and the Northern Bang became independent, there was no need to station so many soldiers in the South County. Li Mu could transfer half of the soldiers in the South County to him. As for materials, the disciples of the corpse sect had been in Yingzhou for many years. In order to refine corpses, they often needed to survey the terrain and find a suitable place to raise corpses. During this process, they found many underground veins. Ores were the raw materials for refining Dharma treasures and mechanisms. The corpse sect was not good at these 2 things. The Fulu school and the court were not good at them either. Because they were far away in Yingzhou, it was difficult to mine and transport them. Li Mu had not touched them. The area of Yingzhou was not smaller than the Zhou continent. Who knew how many resources were buried deep underground? He simply asked Mo Li to bring those people to Yingzhou to study mechanism techniques and dig for ores. If they could find a few spiritual jade veins, he would be really rich. Perhaps it could also solve the problem of his cultivation stagnation. His cultivation had been stuck at the peak of the 5th realm for a long time. Recently, it had not improved at all. Whether it was the psychic power or the spiritual jades that Li Mu absorbed, after the spiritual qi entered his body, it would not stay in his body. Instead, it would dissipate. He knew that he had encountered a real bottleneck. This kind of bottleneck could no longer be broken through by hard work. It required luck. Of course, if he could find a spiritual jade vein and use the spiritual qi of the entire vein to break through the bottleneck, it was very likely that he would break through the bottleneck. In this situation, it was useless for him to be anxious. He could only work on other aspects. For example, painting, body tempering, and learning the dragon language. After studying with Qing Xian for a long time, Li Mu realized that although it was difficult to learn the dragon language, after learning it, it became easier and easier to learn. In the Dragon King's diary in his hand, there were only a few sentences that he could not understand and needed to consult Qing Xian. Li Mu could already read the rest without any difficulties. He flipped to the last page of the diary. There was only one short sentence written on it. "I heard that the women of Fu Sang country are naturally open-minded. If I have the chance, I must try." The word Fu Sang was an ancient name. According to the records of the 10 continents, Fu Sang was an island in the east of the Zhou continent in the East Sea. As for which island it was referring to, it could no longer be verified. Today, there were many small island countries outside the East Sea of the Zhou continent. They lacked resources but were rich in resources. The merchants of the Great Zhou often used merchant ships to travel between these islands and trade with these small countries. There was no more content in the diary. Li Mu did not know whether this dragon had ultimately gone to Fu Sang or how the women of Fu Sang country were open-minded. However, he had to make a trip to the East Sea. The merchant ships of the Great Zhou that traveled between the eastern prefectures and the many island countries in the East Sea would occasionally be harassed by the Wa pirates. In the past, because of the protection of Xuanzong, these pirates did not dare to be too arrogant. Now that the Great Zhou and Xuanzong had fallen out, Xuanzong no longer cared about these matters. The Wa pirates were increasingly arrogant. A few days ago, Li Mu ordered Ao Run to patrol the sea and protect the merchant ships of the Great Zhou. 2 days ago, he had captured many pirates and asked Li Mu for a reward. Yesterday, when Li Mu tried to contact him, he could not reach him. Just now, Li Mu tried again, but he still could not reach him. With Ao Run's strength, he was comparable to a sixth realm cultivator at sea. Nothing should happen to him. However, just in case, Li Mu still planned to go and see for himself. He sent Ling to the palace and called Qing Xian along. After all, they were at sea. Li Mu's strength was limited, but she could use 120% of her strength. Li Mu could only be at ease if he brought her along. Qing Xian was also very willing to follow Li Mu. Although there was food and drink here and she didn't have to work, she was still a dragon. The sea was her home. She hadn't experienced the feeling of swimming freely at the bottom of the sea for a long time. Above the East Sea, a huge merchant ship was anchored on the surface of the sea. The cultivators on the ship laboriously propped up a magic power barrier. A few small boats floated on the surface of the sea. In the sky, a few short men with their hair tied behind their heads were madly attacking the merchant ship. The way these people attacked was very strange. They floated motionlessly in the air, but there were ghosts hovering above their heads. These ghosts were very powerful. After attacking for a while, the mana shield around the merchant ship was on the verge of collapse. The people standing on the deck were in despair. Not only were the Woku pirates strong, but they were also cruel. Every time they finished robbing the merchant ship, they would kill everyone on the ship. The fate of the women was even more tragic. The few women on the merchant ship were already thinking of committing suicide. Boom! The protective shield around the merchant ship was finally broken by the Woku pirates. A few of the Woku pirates let out excited cries as they flew towards the merchant ship. At this moment, there was a sudden change in the water. A huge pillar of water shot out from the bottom of the sea. A few men were hit by the pillar of water, and blood spurted out of their mouths. Then, the thick pillar of water split into a few water ropes and tied them up tightly. The expressions of the Woku pirates changed drastically. They quickly ordered the ghosts above their heads to go down to the bottom of the sea to investigate. Just as the ghosts flew down, and before they could even enter the water, a few bolts of blue lightning came from the bottom of the sea and struck their bodies. The ghosts did not even have time to cry out before they were turned into a puff of green smoke and disappeared. After these ghosts died, the faces of the Woku pirates who were tied up by the water ropes became extremely pale. Their auras also fell from the fourth realm to the third realm. Just as the people on the deck were stunned by this sudden change, they suddenly heard the crisp cry of a dragon. On the sparkling surface of the sea, a huge white dragon broke out of the water. On the huge dragon head, a figure stood with his hands behind his back. Chapter 551. Thank you, Senior, for saving us. The cultivators on the merchant ship came to their senses and bowed to the young man standing on the dragon's head. Some of them even recognized him. After all, there was only one senior in the cultivation world who rode a dragon as a mount. Any cultivator who had participated in the Xuanzong exchange gathering would never forget this cultivator who dared to challenge the Xuanzong Sect's transcendental great elder with his creation realm cultivation. Li Mu waved his hand, and the water rope disappeared. A few Woku pirates whose cultivation had been crippled were thrown onto the deck of the merchant ship. He said to the few cultivators on the merchant ship, "After we reach the shore, hand them over to the East County government." A cultivator immediately cupped his hands. "Yes, sir." Li Mu did not say anything else. He quickly disappeared into the vast sea with satisfaction. He had Ao Run's blood essence in his hand. With this drop of blood essence, Li Mu could sense that there was a weak aura in the far east of the sea that was resonating with this drop of blood essence. On the deck, the people who had luckily escaped the disaster were still in a daze. Are we saved? A senior riding a dragon saved us. He defeated the Woku pirates in an instant. Is that senior's cultivation already at Dongxian? Hearing the discussions of the crowd, the cultivator who responded to Li Mu said, "It's not Dongxian. It's creation." Someone questioned, how is that possible? Even if he's at the peak of the creation realm, it's impossible for him to defeat these Woku pirates in an instant. Moreover, he's riding a dragon. What kind of powerful cultivator is qualified to ride a dragon? The only cultivator who knew the truth snorted coldly. What's so great about riding a dragon? You didn't see him fight against a transcendent cultivator with the creation realm. The transcendent cultivator was injured, but he escaped unscathed. What kind of joke is this? He injured a transcendent cultivator and escaped unscathed. Is this something a creation realm cultivator can do? Even if you want to make up a story, you wouldn't dare to make it up like this. The cultivator twitched the corner of his mouth and said, "A bunch of ignorant people who haven't even been to the Taoist conference. When you get ashore, you can ask around. Anyone who has been to the Xuanzong conference knows about this big event." Li Mu and Qing Xian were running on the sea. They didn't know what the people on the merchant ship were saying about him. Great Zhou and Xuanzong were completely at odds with each other. Xuanzong no longer protected Great Zhou's eastern sea. This made the Woku pirates even more savage. Li Mu and Qing Xian had already dealt with 3 cases of Woku pirates attacking merchant ships. There was no such thing as guarding against thieves for 1,000 days. Li Mu couldn't stay here forever. The sea was vast and boundless. Even if he sent consecrators, they wouldn't be able to cover the entire area. As a result, it was difficult to eradicate the Woku pirates in recent years. Li Mu's target this time was one nation. Firstly, he wanted to deal a heavy blow to the Woku pirates. Secondly, Ao Run's blood essence sensed that he was in one nation. Although this flood dragon didn't know how to talk, he was still his subordinate. He couldn't leave him to fend for himself. Flying above the eastern sea, Li Mu thought of the eastern sea dragon race. He thought of the sisters Enchanting and Ting. Since the sisters returned to the eastern sea and were forced to cultivate in seclusion, they hadn't contacted Li Mu. Li Mu asked Ting, "Do you know where the eastern sea dragon race is?" Ting shook her head and said, "The dragon race of the 4 seas has their own territories. They don't usually contact each other. Even if they're in the same sea, the dragon race won't gather together. Humans were social animals, but the dragon race wasn't. Every dragon had a strong sense of territory. Other than their family members, they would not allow other dragons to encroach on their territory. Fortunately, the number of dragons was very small, and the sea was big enough. The vast and boundless seabed was enough for every dragon to have a large enough territory. He didn't know where Qing grandmother's house was. He could only wait for them to finish their seclusion before contacting her. Li Mu and Qing flew east along the sea and soon saw a piece of land. One nation was an island country in the eastern sea. It didn't border the Zhou continent. For thousands of years, the Zhou continent had been changing constantly. Because of its location, one nation hadn't been involved. They had always been fighting among themselves on a small island. They had never been noticed by the central dynasty of the continent. The map showed that the island country in front of them was one nation. Li Mu asked Qing to change back to her human form. The 2 of them flew to the territory of one nation. One nation was far away from the Zhou continent. Their customs were very different from the people of the Zhou continent. They wore strange clothes and had strange hairstyles. Even their way of cultivation was very different from the orthodox way of the Zhou continent. One nation cultivators were good at the way of ghost. They would often raise a ghost at the beginning of their cultivation. Then, they would use some kind of secret technique to connect the ghost with their soul. Usually, the ghost they raised would be stronger than them. This way, they could fight alongside the ghost when they fought. It sounded very similar to the system of the corpse sect. However, if the corpses refined by the disciples of the corpse sect were destroyed, the disciples of the corpse sect would not be affected. If the ghosts of the Wanation cultivators died, they would also suffer a great backlash. When Li Mu attacked the Wanation pirates for the first time, he searched the souls of several Wanation pirates and understood the situation in Wanation in detail. In Wanation, the Divine Palace was the highest authority. Almost all Wanation cultivators obeyed the orders of the Divine Palace. The pirates who plundered the resources of the merchant ships in the Eastern Sea were Wanation cultivators sent by the Divine Palace. Wanation lacked resources. They relied on robbing to satisfy the needs of the Divine Palace. The greatest enemies of the central dynasty of the Zhou continent had always been the realm of ghosts and the demon nation. The imperial court had never taken Wanation's petty actions seriously. Li Mu had already figured out the strength of the Divine Palace. Other than a palace lord of the 6th realm and a dozen 5th realm heavenly priests, there were no other strong cultivators. In Wanation, a group of palaces sat on top of a mountain covered in snow all year round. This was the Wanation's Divine Palace. It was the holy land in the hearts of Wanation's people and cultivators. At this moment, angry roars came from the underground of one of the palaces. "Damn it, let me go if you know what's good for you. Do you know who my master is? He's a devil who kills without batting an eye. When he comes, none of you will be able to escape. I'm telling you, if you anger him, you won't be able to rest in peace. He'll kill your souls and turn your corpses into zombies. You can wait for your deaths here." Ao Run's shoulder blades were locked, and he kept cursing. However, the Wanation cultivators guarding the dungeon couldn't understand him at all. They drank and ate raw fish and didn't even bother to look at him. Ao Run's cultivation had been sealed. At this moment, there was only regret in his heart. He regretted that he had broken into Wanation alone for merit. If he hadn't been so arrogant, he wouldn't have become a prisoner. Footsteps came from the entrance of the dungeon. Several Wanation cultivators immediately stood up and bowed. "Greetings, Palace Lord." A man with his hair tied back and a small mustache walked up to Ao Run and spoke to him in the language of the great Zhou Empire. "Have you made up your mind? Become my mount and I will not kill you." Ao Run said coldly, "A dragon doesn't serve two masters. I already have a master. My master will come to save me soon. You'd better let me go now. When my master comes, it will be too late." The man smiled disdainfully. "Fine, I'll give you a chance to send a message to your master. When your master comes, I'll kill him. Then I'll be your only master." He took out a sound-transmitting magical instrument from Ao Run's arms and injected his spiritual power. Buzz, suddenly, the sound of something vibrating came into his ears. The man turned around and saw a man and a woman standing at the entrance of the dungeon. Chapter 552. Looking at the two figures in front of the underground palace, the palace master's pupils shrank. These two outsiders had come here silently without being discovered by the divine priests. Even the palace master did not notice anything. Ao Run's face showed surprise, and he shouted, "Master." The palace master looked at Li Mu and found that he was only in the 5th realm. A sneer appeared on his face. He formed a seal with both hands, and a cloud of black gas came out of his body and turned into a giant dog with 3 heads. The 3 heads of the giant dog roared at Li Mu, and the body rushed toward Li Mu. The aura of this 3-headed dog was also in the 5th realm. Before Li Mu could make a move, Qing Xian went up with 2 pitchforks. The dragon clan was comparable to the 4th realm of the human clan when they were born. Qing Xian's cultivation was the same as Li Mu's. She had already reached the peak of the 5th realm. This 3-headed dog was no match for her at all. It was chased around by her, and in a short time, 2 of the 3 heads were cut off by her. Although the heads quickly regenerated, the aura of their bodies was obviously much weaker. Seeing this, a trace of anger appeared on the palace master's face. More black gas came out of his body, condensing into all kinds of ghosts, and rushed toward Qing Xian. At the same time, his own figure also disappeared. Li Mu felt something. With the Qingxian sword in hand, he moved sideways and collided with the blade of another sword. A violent wave of mana burst out in all directions. The underground palace collapsed, and two figures flew out from the ground. Li Mu was not afraid in the face of Dao Qingzi, who was in the 7th realm, let alone the palace master who was only in the early 6th realm. Call the wind and summon the rain. Buddhist incantation of 9 words. Demon-slaying protection spell. Li Mu didn't even use Fulu to suppress the palace master of the divine palace of Wanation. The palace master didn't even have a chance to fight back. At this time, several divine priests in the palace were also alarmed. They took out their magic weapons and summoned their natal ghosts to attack Li Mu. 2 figures rushed out of the ground. After being tortured for several days, Ao Run, who was full of anger, directly revealed his true form. His huge body swept across, and several palaces were crushed, causing countless people in the divine palace to flee in panic. Qing Xian and Ao Run were both members of the dragon race. Even when they were fighting against the heavenly officials who outnumbered them by several times, they were not at a disadvantage at all. On the other side, after the palace lord of the divine palace barely withstood nearly 100 thunderbolts, he was already in a sorry state. He no longer dared to underestimate the young man opposite him. He bit the tip of his tongue and swallowed a mouthful of blood essence. His lips trembled as if he was chanting some kind of spell. As his last syllable fell, a faint shadow flew out of his body. The shadow quickly solidified and turned into a giant snake with 8 heads, floating above his head. After the shadow flew out, the aura of the palace lord of the divine palace quickly weakened. In the end, he was only in the 5th realm. However, the pressure of this 8-headed snake was infinitely close to transcendence. No wonder the palace lord of the divine palace was so fearless. Without transcendence cultivation, there was really no way to deal with him. It was the first time Li Mu had seen such a strange way of cultivation. If the opponent was really in transcendence, he had no other choice but to ride Qing Xian and run away. However, this snake was only a soul, and it had not reached transcendence. Li Mu put away the Qingxian sword and a whip appeared in his hand. The 8 heads of the giant snake opened their ghastly mouths and bit at Li Mu at the same time. Li Mu lashed out with the whip and whipped one of the tongues. The snake's head dimmed a little, and it actually spoke human language. It said in shock and anger, "Damn it, what kind of treasure is this? It can actually hurt me." Li Mu did not give the giant snake a chance. He formed a seal with one hand, and a small illusory sword appeared and circled around one of the snake's heads. The intellectual sword was unsheathed, and the snake's head was directly cut off. The snake roared and spat out black thunderbolts. These thunderbolts made Li Mu faintly feel a sense of danger. He covered his body with the law bell and continued to fight with the giant snake. Other supernatural powers could not hurt the snake. Only the god-beating whip and the intellectual sword in his hand could restrain the soul. With the law bell, the snake could not do anything to Li Mu. Instead, it was constantly weakened by Li Mu. In less than 15 minutes, 3 of the 8 snake heads were cut off. Li Mu did not intend to play with them anymore. He threw out a few Fulu cards, and the divine palace lord, whose cultivation was only at the 5th realm, was drowned in thunderbolts. When the thunderbolts dissipated, there was nothing left. Li Mu released the law bell, which suddenly expanded and covered the giant snake. Then, it quickly shrank. The giant snake scurried around in the bell, and its soul was compressed bit by bit. In the end, only a black soul ball was left. With the palace lord dead, the rest of the heavenly officials and members of the divine palace were in chaos. They wanted to escape, but a giant bell fell from the sky and trapped the entire divine palace. Everyone was like a turtle in a jar. They were extremely anxious, but there was nothing they could do. Li Mu clapped his hands and slowly descended. The strength of the Wanation's cultivation world was not weak. It was very difficult to destroy the divine palace without sending out 7th realm cultivators. It was no wonder that the chaos of the Wanation pirates had not been resolved after so long. Ao Run returned to his human form. He looked at Li Mu with snot and tears. He cried, "Master, you finally came to save me. You don't know how they tortured me." Li Mu threw him a bottle of healing elixir and said, "That's enough. Who told you to come here on your own? First, take control of the people in the Divine Palace." Although the Palace Lord of the Divine Palace was dead, the Divine Palace was still there. If Li Mu left like this, there would still be pirates causing trouble at sea. Before he left, he had to completely solve this problem. However, to Li Mu's surprise, after seeing that the Palace Lord had been killed, the cultivators in the Divine Palace had no intention of avenging him. After a while of chaos, they all knelt down and begged for mercy, willing to serve Li Mu as their new master. Li Mu was not interested in being the master of the nation. He let Ao Run take full charge of these people. He took Qing Xian and searched here. The result of the search disappointed Li Mu. The Palace Lord of the Divine Palace, who was in charge of a country, was very poor. Not only did he not have a decent magic weapon, but Li Mu also searched the entire Divine Palace and only found a few spiritual jades, which were not enough to make up for his Fulu loss. After searching the last palace, Li Mu walked out and saw Qing Xian standing in the yard, looking at the ground in confusion. Li Mu stepped forward and asked, "What's wrong?" Qing Xian stared at the ground and said, "There seems to be something underground." Li Mu released his divine thoughts and felt it, but he didn't find anything strange. However, Qing Xian was a dragon, so she wouldn't have strange feelings for no reason. Perhaps the Palace Lord of the Divine Palace had hidden the treasure underground. Li Mu had an idea and said, "Why don't we go down and have a look?" The two of them dived into the ground with the earth escape skill and sank down thousands of feet. There were only rocks around them. Just as Li Mu was about to give up, Qing Xian said firmly, "I feel it. There must be something down there." Since she was so sure, Li Mu continued to sink down thousands of feet. When he sank down to more than 10,000 feet, the pressure around him suddenly decreased greatly. The surrounding rocks were gone. This seemed to be an underground cave. It was dark underground, and nothing could be seen. Li Mu's divine thoughts swept through, and everything in the cave appeared in his mind. This was a very large underground cave. The stones under their feet were blood red. In the middle of the cave, there was a huge skeleton. The skeleton looked like a snake, but it wasn't a snake. It stretched for about 1,000 feet. Li Mu looked at the front and saw a huge dragon skull. No wonder Qing Xian had sensed it. This was the tomb of a dragon. Li Mu walked to the side of the dragon skull and saw a stone tablet that was about 10 feet high on the ground. There were a few lines of words written in the dragon language on the stone tablet. The first line read, "Ao Qing of the Azure Dragon Tribe sleeps here." This name sounded familiar to Li Mu. He quickly recalled that the owner of the diary that he had read as a pornographic book was none other than the Dragon King, Ao Qing. It was very likely that the nation was ancient Fusang. In that case, this perverted dragon had actually come to Fusang and died here. There were a few more lines. Li Mu continued to read in the dragon language, "I have roamed the world for 300 years and have never met a match. In the end, I was defeated by my lifespan. Before I died, I left an opportunity here to give to the descendants of my tribe. Recite this secret incantation and you will receive my inheritance." Dragon language was, after all, a foreign language to Li Mu. He needed to read it once before he could understand the meaning of a sentence. When he realized that he shouldn't be so reckless, he had already finished reading all the dragon language on the stone tablet. As the last syllable of the dragon language fell, a green light flashed in front of his eyes. The dragon bone emitted a dazzling green light. From the dragon's spine, a white liquid floated out and instantly entered Li Mu's body. Li Mu's eyes widened. Veins popped out on his forehead. He felt an extremely violent energy surging into his body, as if it was going to burst his body. Seeing more liquid floating out from the dragon's spine, Li Mu knew that his body would definitely not be able to withstand another drop. Li Mu was shocked. He gritted his teeth and said, "Satisfactory." The moment the liquid was about to enter Li Mu's body, a figure flew up and blocked in front of him. After the few drops of liquid entered Qing Xian's body, she also let out a painful cry. Her face was pale. It was obvious that she was suffering a great deal of torture. However, she was much better than Li Mu. Blood had already seeped out of Li Mu's skin. The meridians in his body were broken and reconstructed. Broken and reconstructed, Li Mu sat down cross-legged with great difficulty, keeping his mind clear as he allowed this strength to wreak havoc in his body. Although the few drops of liquid were extremely violent and brought him endless pain, the extremely compressed spiritual energy contained within them was also something Li Mu had never seen before. The cultivation barrier that had been stagnant in his body for a long time was already showing signs of loosening. And his body was also becoming stronger through the repeated destruction and repair. Even after thousands of years, the legacy of a ninth realm cultivator still had incredible effects. Li Mu quickly realized that this was a rare opportunity for him. One man and one dragon sat cross-legged in the underground cave. Their auras were growing bit by bit. Chapter 553. Li Mu sat cross-legged in the dark underground cave. He deeply experienced what it meant to be happy and painful at the same time. His body was enduring tremendous torment. The meridians in his body were bursting from the massive amount of mana, then being repaired, then bursting again, then being repaired again. The cycle repeated over and over again. During this process, every time his body collapsed and reformed, he would become even stronger. Li Mu even guessed that his physical body had entered the 6th level before his mana. Compared to his physical body, the growth of his mana was slightly slower. However, he was already at the peak of the 5th level. It was very difficult for his mana to grow even a little bit. If this continued, Li Mu could very well be pushed to the Dongxian. He had already guessed that the legacy that Ao Qing left behind for his descendants was his dragon marrow essence. 8,000 years ago, he probably did not expect that a human would learn the dragon language and receive his legacy. Li Mu was glad that when Ao Qing left behind his legacy, he did not consider that his dragon marrow would be inherited by an outsider. With the body of a dragon, although it was painful to inherit the bone marrow of an ancestor, it was still bearable. However, Li Mu was different. If Qing Xian did not share some of the burden with him, his body would have exploded and only his immortal soul would be left. The mana in his body surged wave after wave. Li Mu focused and used the surges of mana to break through the bottleneck of the 5th level to the 6th level. Although the process was painful, it was worth it. The Dongxian. This was the level that Li Mu had been longing for. After an unknown period of time, Li Mu was already numb to the pain in his body. Even his consciousness became blurry. He only attacked the bottleneck mechanically. It was like there was a wall in front of him. Li Mu slammed into the wall again and again. After he was bounced off, he slammed into it again. Boom! Until one day, when he gathered enough magic power and once again slammed into the impenetrable wall, he was not bounced back. The high wall that had blocked him countless times suddenly collapsed. Li Mu opened his eyes. At the same time, Qing Xian, who was sitting opposite him, also opened her eyes. She looked the same as before, but the dragon horn on her head seemed to have become more transparent. Ao Qing's inheritance allowed the human and dragon to ascend to the 6th realm at the same time. Li Mu looked at Qing Xian, and Qing Xian also looked at Li Mu. Li Mu suddenly felt that this little female dragon had delicate features, and had an impulse to push her to the ground. As soon as this thought arose, Li Mu was shocked. Although he used to think that Qing Xian was delicate and pretty, he had never had any other thoughts about her, let alone this kind of lust. Could it be because of those few drops of dragon marrow? After absorbing a few drops of dragon marrow, his body had naturally acquired some of the dragon's habits. Dragons were lustful by nature, and Dragon King Ao Qing was even more lustful throughout his life. Even Li Mu had to admit defeat in front of him. Li Mu did not want to become a creature that only thought with the lower half of his body. He forcefully suppressed the evil thoughts in his heart. However, at this moment, Qing Xian, who was staring straight at Li Mu, stuck out her tongue and licked her lips. Then, she swallowed. She was a dragon to begin with. When she was inexperienced, she naturally did not have any other thoughts. However, those few drops of Dragon King Ao Qing's bone marrow not only raised her cultivation by a large realm, but also stimulated her dragon's nature. Li Mu looked at her and said seriously, "Qing Xian, calm down, calm down." Qing Xian came back to her senses. Her face reddened, and she immediately looked away, not daring to look at Li Mu again. Li Mu stood up with his back bent, and used a few pearls to illuminate the entire underground cave. After the bone marrow left the skeleton, the Dragon King's huge skeleton turned to dust. Li Mu collected these ashes without wasting a single one. These were essential materials for writing high-level Fulu. The ashes of a 9th realm cultivator contained spiritual qi that did not dissipate. They could be used to write saint-level Fulu directly. Then, Li Mu looked at the stones on the ground. The stones around the cave were all gray. Only the stones under their feet were red, and they were as red as blood. These ordinary stones had been soaked in dragon blood for nearly 10,000 years. They had long become indestructible treasures, and were perfect for refining artifacts. Li Mu cut the area soaked in dragon blood with his flying sword, and moved the entire area into the Fey Emperor's space. Then, his eyes looked elsewhere. This was the tomb that Ao Qing had prepared for herself. There were not many things in the tomb. Other than dragon bones and dragon blood stones, there were only a few artifacts left. On a platform at the end of the cave, there was a spear and a book. The book seemed to be made of the same material as the diary in Li Mu's hands. After nearly 10,000 years, it was still in good condition. Li Mu used a whirlwind technique to remove the dust on the book. He flipped to a page and saw the picture of a naked man and woman. Qing Xian, who had curiously looked over, immediately blushed. Li Mu walked to the side and said, "Children shouldn't look at it." He flipped through a few more pages and found that what was recorded in the book was a dual cultivation technique. Dragon King Ao Qing had cultivated the great Tao of dual cultivation. Li Mu put the book away. A top-grade dual cultivation technique would be useful to him in the future. Then, he looked at the spear. After 8,000 years, the spear had already lost its luster. It was as if it had lost all its spirituality. Something that Ao Qing had left here to be buried with her was definitely not an ordinary item. Li Mu reached out and grabbed the spear. For the first time, he did not pick it up. Then, he exerted a little force, grabbed the spear, and pulled it out of the ground. Rumble. As the spear left the ground in the cave suddenly shook. Rubble flew everywhere, as if resonating with Li Mu's aura. A dazzling green light was emitted from the spear in Li Mu's hand. A clang resounded throughout the cave. What a treasure! Li Mu's eyes lit up. The spear gave him the feeling that it far surpassed a heaven-grade treasure. Li Mu vaguely felt that this treasure had even surpassed the saint grade. He just didn't know which was more powerful, it or the Tao Bell. In the end, Li Mu could not bear to let the spear touch the Tao Bell. Although Ling could already exist independently of the bell, if something happened to the bell, he would not be able to explain it to his family. After putting away the spear, the underground cave was empty. Li Mu and Qing Xian returned to the surface. He had just entered the 6th realm and still had many things to do. With his 5th realm cultivation, he could only use the 7 words mantra. Li Mu's intuition told him that he could now completely master the 9 words mantra. Li Mu formed a seal with one hand and said in his heart, "Forward." His body disappeared on the spot, and Ao Run, who was standing not far away and watching the show, appeared where Li Mu was. Li Mu stood where Ao Run was and looked at the stunned Ao Run in front of him. He said in a low voice, "What a good shadow shift." He had never heard of this kind of magical power before. During a battle, if he switched places with his opponent after they used their magical power, wouldn't his opponent die under his own magical power? Of course, this technique had its limitations. When Li Mu used this technique again and switched places with Qing Xian, she did not appear where Li Mu was. Instead, she was slightly offset. It seemed that this technique was difficult to use accurately on opponents who were similar or stronger than him. Even so, in a head-on battle, this magical power would definitely give his opponent a headache. Then, Li Mu changed his hand's seal again and said in a low voice, "Okay." He felt something and took a step forward. In the next moment, Li Mu floated above the East Sea and looked into the distance. The Wen nation had become a line. He took another step and appeared in the divine palace again. With his level 6 cultivation, even level 7 cultivators would not be able to catch up to him. Ao Run and Xing Xian stood behind Li Mu. They felt that this figure was even more unfathomable. Feeling the call of the sea, Li Mu took another step and disappeared again. This time, he jumped into the sea. He did not chant the water avoidance spell, nor did he use any Fulu Dharma treasures. In the past, Li Mu would feel a lot of obstacles in the water. Now, in the sea, he felt like he was home. Not only did his magical power not stagnate, but it also flowed more smoothly. After refining the few drops of dragon marrow, he clearly had the ability of the water tribe. In other words, he had inherited the ability of Dragon King Ao Qing. Li Mu seemed to have thought of something. He took out the heavenly book of the dragon clan and scanned it with his divine consciousness. This time, he did not encounter any obstacles and immediately appeared in a strange space. In the familiar fog, Li Mu sat cross-legged and chanted the mind-clearing spell skillfully. In Ao Qing's diary, he said that the heavenly book of the dragon clan contained a huge secret. Li Mu really wanted to know what the secret was. After chanting the mind-clearing spell countless times, Li Mu opened his eyes. The fog in front of him had disappeared. Giant beasts. He saw countless giant beasts again. These giant beasts emitted a terrifying aura and were wreaking havoc on the ground. Countless human cultivators were attacking them. Fulu, pills, and magical powers were all attacking the giant beasts. Among the giant beasts, there were golden, green, white, and black giant dragons roaming around, spitting dragon breaths at the human cultivators. Chapter 554. Li Mu had read many pages of the Tomes of Arcane. In the other Tomes of Arcane, most of them were about humans fighting against the giant beasts that wreaked havoc in the world. From the perspective of humans, the giant beasts were undoubtedly the villains. However, in the Tomes of the Dragon Clan and the giant beasts were obviously on the same side. They helped the giant beasts deal with the human cultivators, and countless human cultivators were killed by the Dragon Clan. According to the contents of those pages of the Tomes of Arcane, Li Mu already had some speculations about history. In ancient times or even longer ago, there were more than 2 races on the continent, humans and demons. At that time, the giant beasts were the overlords of the continent. Later, in the long battle, the giant beasts were defeated and disappeared in the long river of time. The human and demon races began to appear on the stage of history and had been developing and growing to this day. Li Mu had always found it strange. Whether it was humans or demons, when they were just born and had not been exposed to cultivation, they were very weak. Only the Dragon Clan was comparable to the 4th realm of the 2 races when they were born. Perhaps, the Dragon Clan and those giant beasts were the same type of existence. Li Mu did not know what happened later, but the giant beasts in the Tomes of Arcane had long disappeared in the current 10 continents and 3 islands. Only a small number of the Dragon Clans still existed, but they could only hide in the vast sea and could not touch the land. This was the great secret that Ao Qing mentioned in his diary. Once the contents of this Tomes of Arcane were leaked, the Dragon Clan would no longer be the divine beasts in people's hearts, but would be reduced to a class of demonic beasts. No matter how it was in the past, at least now, the Dragon Clan and the human race could be said to live in harmony and did not invade each other. Ao Qing sealed this Tomes of Arcane because he did not want this secret to be leaked. In today's world, perhaps only Li Mu and Xing Xian, who had received his inheritance at the same time, could comprehend this Tomes of Arcane. Li Mu originally planned to let Xing Xian try to comprehend it, but after reading the contents of the Tomes of Arcane, he changed his mind. This secret could easily cause conflict between the 2 races. He would teach her the magical power of the Dragon Clan in the Tomes of Arcane after he comprehended it himself. In a short while, Ao Run had already incorporated the entire Divine Palace. Although his strength was average, he was talkative and unlikable, he was still reliable in doing such chores. The palace lord of the divine palace was dead, but there were still many cultivators in Nation. The resources here were scarce. If one wanted to develop, the simplest way was to plunder. That was why the pirates had developed. If Li Mu left, the divine palace would have a new palace lord sooner or later, and the problem of pirates would still exist. Li Mu's goal was to control the divine palace and thus the neon cultivators. He had ordered the priests to hand over their soul blood to Ao Run. From now on, Ao Run could live in Nation with his wives and concubines for a long time. While living a carefree life, he could also watch over the Great Zhou. Although Li Mu was the one who caught Qing Xian for the Empress was always in the Immortals' capital and did not go out. So most of the time, it was still Li Mu who rode her. Now that Li Mu's cultivation had entered the 6th level and he had grasped the ability to shrink the earth into an inch, he naturally didn't need any mounts. Ao Run was very excited when he heard this. He said uncertainly, "Master, you really want me to stay here?" Li Mu said lightly, "You watch over this place for me. If there are more neon pirates on the East Sea in the future, you will guard the South Lake alone." Ao Run patted his chest and promised, "Master, don't worry. If anyone dares to be a pirate here, I will cut off his head." Li Mu said, "Okay, rest for a day. Tomorrow, we will return to the Great Zhou." The priests tried their best to please the new master of the divine palace. Not only did they arrange a grand banquet, but the dancers at the banquet were all dressed scantily and danced boldly. The neon women were indeed more open-minded than the traditional women in the Great Zhou. More importantly, after his cultivation had improved, Li Mu found that his resistance to certain kinds of temptation had decreased a lot. It seemed that he still needed some time to completely get rid of Ao Qing's influence. Early the next morning, Li Mu set off on his journey back. Ao Run also followed him. After returning to the East County, he would take his wives and concubines to Neon and guard there. When Li Mu returned to Chengdu, Lu Hanyan and Li Qing had already returned to Mount Baiyun. Wan Wan was also taken by her. Only Xiao Bai stayed at home to wait for Li Mu. Xian Jizi and Jadesen's dual cultivation ceremony was about to be held at Mount Baiyun. One of them was the head of Fulu School, while the other was an elder of the Danding sect. Becoming Dao companions was a major event for the entire Dao sect. Fulu School had already sent out invitations to invite fellow Daoists in the cultivation world to participate in this ceremony. For a large sect like this, even if it was just the union of ordinary elders, there would be a deeper meaning behind it. What's more, the head of a sect and the elder of a sect were two 7th realm cultivators. This undoubtedly meant that from now on, Fulu School and the Danding sect would become an inseparable alliance. Previously, there was the falling out between Fulu School and Xuanzong. Later, there was the marriage alliance between Fulu School and the Danding sect. This might be the first great change in the Dao sect in the past 100 years. The imperial court and Fulu School worked closely together. Therefore, Mr. Mei would represent the Empress at this ceremony. Li Mu would go back with her. The market outside Chengdu had been opened one after another. Li Mu named it Wishing Lane. He hoped that the cultivators who came here would be able to choose treasures that they liked. As soon as the exchange meeting in Xuanzong ended, the cultivators of Zhu province all rushed to Chengdu for one thing. Xuanzong was located in the Eastern Sea. It was an extremely remote location. Many cultivators happened to pass by Chengdu on their way back. For another, some individual cultivators and aristocratic families earned spiritual jades in Xuanzong so that it would be easier for them to buy the cultivation resources they needed. The Great Zhou court only took 10% of the spiritual jades from the merchants in the market. This directly lowered the price of the goods. Moreover, Wishing Lane had just opened. Almost every shop had a discount. It attracted not only the cultivators of Xuanzong's exchange meeting, but also many cultivators of the Great Zhou from other prefectures. For the prefectures that were too far away from Chengdu, such as the 4 prefectures in the east, west, south, north, and Zhejiang prefecture, if they needed anything, they only needed to register with the local government and pay spiritual jades. Then, they would wait at home and have the goods delivered free of charge. The imperial court was an official business and guaranteed the quality. In addition, the Department of Offerings also opened shops in the market to answer questions for cultivators. They would answer questions for cultivators and solve all kinds of problems they encountered in the process of cultivation. At the same time, cultivators who wanted to break through to the next realm could also join the Department of Offerings breakthrough class. After paying the spiritual jades, the Department of Offerings would have high-ranking offerings give the customers one-on-one guidance. The Department of Offerings would bear all the costs of the customer's cultivation. If the breakthrough failed, the full amount of spiritual jades paid would be refunded. At present, the Department of Offerings could help cultivators in the divinity realm break through to the creation realm. Of course, the price for high-level cultivators to break through was also astronomical. Ordinary individual cultivators, small aristocratic families, and small sects could not afford it. This business was specially prepared for the wealthy small countries in the south, as well as the medium-sized aristocratic families and sects with strong foundations. With the imperial court's strong support, Fulu School, Spirit Array Sect, Pill Cauldron Sect, as well as the royal families of the Great Zhou and a few small countries in the south, everything in the market was on the right track. In the first 3 days of opening, sales reached new highs. Late at night, Li Mu lay alone in bed, unable to sleep. The plan to deal with Xuanzong was progressing according to his expectations. Now that he had advanced to the Dongxian realm, even if he faced Dao Qingzi directly, he could contend with him for a while. The number of 7th realm cultivators he could mobilize far surpassed Xuanzong's. The only obstacle was Xuanzong's 8th realm elder. The higher one's cultivation, the more impossible it was to fight enemies above their realm. Before Li Mu had full confidence, he would not clash with Xuanzong directly. Creak, the window was pushed open from the outside, and a figure slipped in. She took off her shoes and clothes, skillfully crawled under the blankets, and curled up in Li Mu's arms. Li Mu's body stiffened, and then he whispered, "Xiao Bai, be good. Go back to your room and sleep tonight." He still could not shake off the influence of the dragon's nature on his body. With such a little vixen in his arms, he had to recite the clear heart mantra for the entire night. There was no need for him to sleep at all. Xiao Bai's body trembled, and she silently left Li Mu's arms. She whispered, "Is it because big sister Huan Ji doesn't like other little vixens by benefactor's side? I will be obedient in the future. Benefactor, don't chase me away. Without you, I have nothing." Li Mu hugged her again and said, "Who said that? You must remember that you came first. You will always be benefactor's little vixen." Xiao Bai said pitifully, "But benefactor has never chased me away before." Li Mu explained helplessly, "I'm not chasing you away. It's just that, Xiao Bai, you've already grown up. I'm afraid that one day, I won't be able to resist." Xiao Bai buried her head in Li Mu's chest and said, "Xiao Bai has already grown up. Benefactor, you don't have to endure it. I will be benefactor's woman sooner or later." Chapter 555. Li Mu had always thought that Xiao Bai was a naive fox, but she actually knew everything. However, she never fought or snatched. When Li Mu needed her, she was always by his side. When Li Mu didn't need her, she would silently leave. Li Mu never knew that she had such an insecure heart. Just because Li Mu had another fox by his side, she was worried that she would be chased away one day. From the North County to Shendu, Li Mu, Lu Hanyan, and Li Qing were often separated. They were always by his side. Wherever he went, she would follow. Only Xiao Bai followed. Lu Hanyan and the others returned to Mount Baiyun first. She also stubbornly wanted to wait for him here. In the days that he wasn't around, he didn't know what she was thinking. Li Mu's heart ached. He held her in his arms. He didn't have any desire in his heart. He only kissed her forehead and said, "Don't worry, I will never chase you away. When I take revenge for Grandma, I will make you my real little fox." Xiao Bai hugged Li Mu tightly. It was as if she wanted to merge into his body. In the morning, Li Mu was lying on the bed. Xiao Bai's fragrance was still in the quilt. It was said that foxes had a smell. Fantasy Princess and Xiao Bai were each more fragrant than the other. When he slept with them, Li Mu was always too lazy to get up. Someone walked in from outside and stood by the bed for a while. He handed a wet towel over. Li Mu took it and wiped his face. Only then did he realize that he didn't feel the aura of the person beside him. He immediately opened his eyes and looked to the side. Seeing the Empress standing by the bed, Li Mu's expression was a bit awkward. He said, "Your Majesty, good morning." Zhou Yi glanced at him and said, "What morning? It's already so late. You're still sleeping. You want me to cultivate diligently, but you're so lazy." Li Mu defended himself and said, "Didn't I just reach the 6th realm? I need to relax occasionally." Then, he said embarrassedly, "Your Majesty, why don't you leave for a while? I'll put on my clothes first." Zhou Yi pursed her lips and said, "What's there to leave for? I've seen everything." She didn't care. Li Mu, of course, didn't avoid her. He put on his clothes in front of her. The Empress only blushed slightly, but Qing Xian's face was blushing. Li Mu felt that she was a bit different after she broke through. To be exact, Li Mu himself had also changed a little, especially the feeling he had for Qing Xian. In the past, he didn't think there was anything good about Qing Xian. But recently, no matter how he looked at her, he felt that she had delicate features. Could it be because they had the same thing flowing in their bodies? Li Mu looked and looked. Suddenly, he felt the temperature around him drop. He was shocked and realized that he had made a big mistake. He was looking at another female dragon in front of the Empress. Didn't that mean that Qing Xian was more charming than her? Li Mu immediately looked away, but it was too late. Zhou Yi waved her sleeve and said, "Return to the palace." Then, she and Qing Xian disappeared in front of Li Mu's eyes. Xiao Bai stood at the door. She blinked innocently at Li Mu and said, "Sister Zhou is angry." Li Mu sighed and said, "I know." The Empress was the most narrow-minded of them all, and she was also the one who got jealous the most easily. The relationship between the two of them was clearly not set in stone yet, but it was even easier for her to get jealous than Lu Hanyan. What was even worse was that every time Li Mu wanted to push their relationship further, she would instead become a coward, leaving Li Mu at a loss of what to do. Li Mu decided to take the lead for once. He thought for a while and said to Xiao Bai, "Pack up. We're going back to Mount Baiyun." Xiao Bai was stunned and asked, Aren't you going to coax Sister Zhou?" Li Mu shook his head and said, "We'll talk about it when we get back." Changle Palace. Zhou Yi waited for a long time, but Li Mu didn't enter the palace. In the end, she couldn't help but release her spiritual sense. However, she didn't sense his presence in the Li mansion. Not only the Li mansion, but also the entire Luoyang. She returned to the Li mansion and asked a rabbit demon servant, "Where's Li Mu?" The rabbit demon servant said, "Master went to Mount Baiyun to attend the ceremony." Zhou Yi returned to Changle Palace. She stomped her feet angrily and said in a low voice, "Bastard, do you still have me in your heart?" Thinking of this, she started to worry again. Although in Li Mu's dreams, she often saw the two of them holding hands as they strolled around the fairy's capital, but some things were not said face to face, so it was still a little lacking. Could it be that every time Li Mu took the initiative, her avoidance and dodging made him sad and disappointed? Zhou Yi paced around the hall, her expression alternating between joy and worry. Until Mr. Mei came in to ask what kind of congratulatory gift the imperial court should give for the Fulu School's master's dual cultivation ceremony. She was preparing to leave tomorrow. Zhou Yi thought for a moment and suddenly had an idea. The next day, the Empress' personal maid, Shang Wanli, announced that the Empress would be in seclusion for a few days. The morning court was temporarily cancelled. Mount Baiyun. As the ancestral court of Fulu School, Mount Baiyun was usually very quiet. However, it was very lively recently. The mountain gates were opened wide to welcome the guests who came to the ancestral court to congratulate them. The Master's dual cultivation ceremony with the Pill Cauldron Sect's 7th Realm Elder was a rare event for both Fulu School and the Pill Cauldron Sect. 3 days ago, the Pill Cauldron Sect's Master and a Grand Supreme Elder came to Fulu School. What was surprising was that the Spirit Array sect also sent 2 Grand Supreme Elders to attend the ceremony. 2 of the 3 seventh realm cultivators in the sect came. Only the sect master was guarding the mountain gate. One had to know that the South sect and the North sect, which were also part of the 6 Daoist sects, only sent a 6th realm first seat. As for Xuanzong, although he had a fierce conflict with Fulu school some time ago, he still sent a 6th realm first seat to congratulate them. For one sect's master's dual cultivation ceremony, the other sect had to send at least a 6th realm cultivator to meet the most basic etiquette. For the Pill Cauldron sect and the Spirit Array sect to send 2 7th realm cultivators, it was already an extremely high standard of etiquette. It represented the greatest importance they had for Fulu school. It wasn't strange for the Pill Cauldron sect to send such a lineup. After all, it was a major event for both sections. The fact that the Spirit Array sect also sent a Grand Supreme Elder made everyone even more confused. Among the 6 Daoist sects, when did the Fulu school and the Spirit Array sect become so close? On a certain peak of Mount Baiyun, Li Mu, who had returned to the sect early, brought Li Qing and Han Zhe to catch up with each other. Han Zhe looked at Li Mu and Li Qing holding hands and said with a sigh, "You and junior sister Li have finally come to fruition. Even the sect master has found a Dao companion. When can I be like you too?" Junior sister Qing gritted her teeth. Li Mu smiled at Han Zhe and said, "Don't be anxious. Fate will eventually meet." A few more streaks of light streaked across the sky. Over the past few days, countless cultivators had come to Mount Baiyun to congratulate them. Countless people flew around in the sky every day. However, this time, the group of people flying across the sky attracted everyone's attention. What a powerful demon chi! This aura, they're probably 7th realm Xian demons, 2 7th realm Xian demons. What are they doing here? They're probably Yao Nation cultivators. Could it be that they're also here to congratulate Fulu school? Since when did Fulu school have so much face? I heard that the Yao Nation doesn't give any face to the Daoist sects at all. There's a stone tablet erected at the city gate of Thousand Fox Nation that says Xuanzong disciples and dogs are not allowed to enter. To think that such powerful cultivators would come to attend Fulu school's ceremony, the cultivators discussed animatedly. Li Mu's face was full of shock. He sensed the auras of 10,000 Illusions Lord, Blue Wolf King, and Phantom Princess in that group. He only mentioned it to Phantom Princess. He didn't expect her to come here with such fanfare. One had to know that Lu Hanyan and Li Qing were also in ancestral court. Was she going to serve tea to her 2 sisters? Before Li Mu could come back to his senses, an even greater uproar came from the peaks of Mount Baiyun. A huge white dragon appeared in the distant sky. Behind the dragon was a dragon boat. On the dragon boat was a huge flag fluttering in the wind with the word Zhou written on it. Chapter 556. Mount Baiyun. What they saw and heard at the ancestral court of Fu Lu School raised questions in the hearts of the cultivators from the various sects and clans. Between the Fu Lu School and Xuanzong, who was the leader of the 6 Daoist sects. In terms of strength, Xuanzong was without a doubt. However, in terms of connections and relationships, Xuanzong did not seem to be worthy of the title of number 1. The Yao Nation did not like Xuanzong's disciples, and the Great Zhou court expelled Xuanzong's Daoist sect from its borders. They did not give any face to the number 1 Daoist sect. However, when it came to Fulu school, the 2 sides placed great importance on it. During the Fulu school's dual cultivation ceremony, the Empress of the Thousand Fox Nation personally came to congratulate them. The arrival of the 2 7th realm demon kings, Lord of Illusions and Blue Wolf King, gave Fulu school plenty of face. As for the Empress of the Great Zhou, she also sent a female official to Mount Baiyun on a dragon to deliver a generous gift. Which of the 6 Daoist sects, including Xuanzong, could have such extravagance? If Fulu school could have an 8th realm elder, then Xuanzong would lose its position as the number 1 Daoist sect in terms of strength and influence. In the main peak's Daoist palace, Xian Jizi personally welcomed the guests from the Yao Nation and the Great Zhou court. The Lord of Illusions smiled at him and said, "We came uninvited. Please forgive us, sect master." Xian Jizi cupped his hands and said, "You are our guests from afar. Please forgive us if we have not received you well." The Lord of Illusions said, "The Thousand Fox Nation and Fu Lu School do not distinguish between you and me. Sect Master, please do not be so polite." These words stunned the Fu Lu School's elders. It was understandable that the Fu Lu School and the Danding sect did not distinguish between you and me, but since when did their sect and the Yao Nation not distinguish between you and me? However, the arrival of the Empress of the Yao Nation and two Seventh Realm cultivators was a great show of respect for the Fu Lu School. After some polite greetings, Hyun Jinko personally led them to a Taoist palace to rest. Li Mu walked to the Holy Ji Palace on the main peak. Xian Jizi looked at him meaningfully and said, "I'll have to trouble you to entertain our friends from the Yao Nation." Thinking about this matter, Li Mu felt a headache. It was fine if Huan Ji stayed in Thousand Fox Nation, but she had to come here to join in the fun. Li Qing was by his side, and Lu Hanyan was also watching him from behind Yuzhenzi. He didn't know whether to go see Huan Ji or not. Fortunately, the Empress had not come in person. Otherwise, it would really be lively. On behalf of the Empress, Mr. Mei and Qing Xian came to congratulate them. Li Mu took them to another Taoist palace to rest. The dual cultivation ceremony was actually a cultivator's wedding. It would begin in 3 days. Those who came to Fu Lu School early were all sects and clans with status. On the day of the ceremony, even more cultivators would come. After sending them to the Taoist palace where they were staying, Li Mu said, "You two rest first. I still have to entertain other guests." Mr. Mei asked, "Before you left, did you make Her Majesty angry again?" Li Mu said, "Her Majesty just likes to get angry. Don't mind her. She'll be fine in a while." Mr. Mei said, "When I left, Her Majesty was still angry. Don't you know how to appease Her Majesty before leaving?" Li Mu looked at her and asked suspiciously, "You're not Her Majesty in disguise, are you?" Mr. Mei glanced at him indifferently and said, "Do you think Her Majesty is that bored?" She didn't understand how bored the Empress could be. It wasn't the first time that she had turned into Lord Mei to test Li Mu. If she were to act on a whim again this time, with Li Mu's cultivation, he wouldn't be able to tell the difference. To prevent him from saying or doing something he should not say or do, Li Mu took out the spiritual snail. After injecting his spiritual power, the Empress's voice came from the other side. "What are you doing?" Li Mu confirmed that it was Mr. Mei in front of him. He said, "Nothing. I just forgot to tell Her Majesty that I went back to the North County to attend the dual cultivation ceremony. I'll go back in a few days." "Got it." After saying that, the Empress cut off the snail. Li Mu put it away and said to Mr. Mei, "I really have a lot of things to do. You've been on the road for so long. Take a rest. I'll come back later." Mr. Mei did not say anything. After Li Mu left, he said, "Let's go out for a walk too." She walked out of the Taoist palace. Qing Xian followed her step by step. Li Mu went back to the Taoist palace on the main peak alone. It was not that he deliberately neglected Huan Ji and Mr. Mei, but that he had more important things to do. The people from the South Clan and the North Clan had come to congratulate him. Like Xuanzong, they each sent a Sixth Realm chief. This was to maintain the basic etiquette between the major clans. Fu Lu School did not have much of a relationship with the South Clan and the North Clan. In the market of Chengdu, these two clans did not have shops. If they wanted to, they would have sent people to contact the imperial court already. Obviously, the South Clan and the North Clan did not want to offend Xuanzong for benefits. To be more precise, the benefits that Li Mu could offer were not enough to move them. The North Clan was good at making ritual implements, while the South Clan was good at refining bodies. The ritual implements and body tempering liquid produced by these two clans were very popular in the cultivation world. If he could win over these two clans, Luoyang's wishing square could completely replace Xuanzong's market. The two Taishang elders of the Spirit Array sect were already waiting for Li Mu in the side hall. Li Mu walked in and saluted the two elders. "Greetings, Uncle Masters," he said. "No need to be so polite." A red-faced old man waved his hand at Li Mu and said, "If it wasn't for Marshal Nephew's evil-suppressing pill, I would have already killed myself. Now, I can live on for more than 10 years. I still haven't thanked Marshal Nephew. Li Mu smiled and said, "You're too polite, Uncle Masters. This is what we should do." After exchanging a few pleasantries, the red-faced old man finally cut to the chase. He stretched out his hand and a simple page appeared in front of him. He slowly said, "I'll have to ask Marshal Nephew to help me decipher this page of the Heavenly Book of the Spirit Array sect." Li Mu had already helped the Danding sect decipher the entire Heavenly Book. Because of what happened last time, the Spirit Array sect stood with them. Li Mu never mistreated his allies. The Taishang elder personally went to the Spirit Array sect and told them that he had the heart of 7 orifices and could decipher the Heavenly Book. The inheritances of the 6 sects originated from the contents of the Heavenly Book. The Spirit Array sect knew very well what it meant to completely decipher the Heavenly Book. Of course, they wouldn't let go of this opportunity to make their sect prosper. This time, they sent 2 Taishang elders. Other than congratulating the Fulu school, they also had the important task of asking Li Mu to decipher the Heavenly Book. He accepted the Heavenly Book and nodded, "Rest assured, Uncle Masters. Within a month, I will engrave the contents of this page of the Heavenly Book into a jade slip. At that time, you can send someone to retrieve it." After accepting the Heavenly Book, he left the side hall. In another part of the Dao Palace, several figures gathered together with puzzled expressions. One of them looked at Guang Yuanzi of the Spirit Array sect and asked, "Since when did your Spirit Array sect have such a close relationship with the Fulu school? This time, you actually sent 2 Taishang elders." Guang Yuanzi smiled and said, "Not long ago, Uncle Master entered the demonic path. If it weren't for the help of the Fulu school, our Spirit Array sect would have lost a Taishang elder. Naturally, we have to repay the kindness." Everyone had heard about the Spirit Array sect. If the Fulu school had done such a great favor for the Spirit Array sect, the Spirit Array sect's actions wouldn't be so surprising. Only Xuanzong's Miao Xuanzi looked unhappy. After hearing Guang Yuanzi's words, he didn't say a word and left. After Miao Xuanzi left, the person who spoke just now said to Guang Yuanzi, "Is the Spirit Array sect going to stand on the Fulu school's side and oppose Xuanzong because of this?" Guang Yuanzi revealed a mysterious expression and said lightly, "Of course, it's not just because of this." The North sect's first seat was even more puzzled. "Is there some other secret behind this?" Guang Yuanzi smiled and said, "This is the sect's secret. Please forgive me for not saying more." After saying this, he also turned and left, leaving behind the North and South sect's first seats who were full of doubts. One of them stroked the short beard on his chin and said in a deep voice, "That's not right. Guang Yuanzi must be hiding something from us. If there weren't enough benefits, why would the Spirit Array sect stand on the Fulu school's side?" The other person thought for a while and shook his head. "But I still don't understand. How many benefits could the Fulu school give the Spirit Array sect to make them not hesitate to oppose Xuanzong? What is the secret that Guang Yuanzi spoke of?" He was puzzled. He quickly caught up with Guang Yuanzi and asked, "Don't keep us in suspense. With the relationship between our 2 sects, what kind of secret is there that can't be said?" The Spirit Array sect and the North sect did have a close relationship. This was because many of the Spirit Array sect's high-level formation flags were refined by the North sect. The magic treasures refined by the North sect also had to be inscribed with formation patterns by the Spirit Array sect to increase their power. Guang Yuanzi looked at this person and shook his head. "Senior brother Dong Yunzi, it's not that I don't want to tell you, but the sect master has told me that this matter is of great importance and cannot be spread. If I tell you, wouldn't I be violating the sect's rules? Senior brother, please don't make things difficult for me." Dong Yunzi was full of doubts, but Guang Yuanzi was unwilling to say more. Just as he was about to give up, Guang Yuanzi changed his tone and said, "Forget it. We have been brothers for decades. Although junior brother can't reveal the sect's secret, I can remind senior brother, so that you don't ruin the sect's future because of a momentary mistake." Guang Yuanzi said it as if it was true. He even used the words "ruin the sect's future." Looking at his appearance, it didn't seem like he was exaggerating. Dong Yunzi's expression immediately became serious. At this time, Guang Yuanzi moved closer to his ear and whispered, junior brother Ling Jizi of the Fulu school has the heart of 7 orifices. He looked at Dong Yunzi and said, junior brother can only tell senior brother this much. If I say more, I'm afraid the sect master will blame me. After saying that, he flew up and left completely. Ling Wuzi of the South sect walked forward and frowned. What kind of reminder is this? Ling Jizi has the heart of 7 orifices. It's good for the Fulu school. What does it have to do with our sect? Dong Yunzi also didn't understand the mystery. He only knew that the heart of 7 orifices was an extremely rare constitution. Cultivators with this kind of constitution, although it didn't help their cultivation, had extraordinary talent in writing talismans and alchemy. Even so, what did this have to do with the future of the North sect? However, he believed that Guang Yuanzi wouldn't tell him this for no reason. After hesitating for a while, he immediately used a magic tool to send a message to the sect master. At the same time, Ling Wuzi also sent the news back to the South sect. North sect. The sect master of the North sect paced in the Dao Palace and muttered, heart of 7 orifices. The Fulu school has really picked up a treasure. It's said that people with this kind of constitution can multitask. The success rate of writing talismans is several times higher than people with other constitutions. No wonder they have written so many saint-level Fulu books in the past 2 years. It should have something to do with Ling Jizi. A grand elder of the North sect thought for a moment and said indifferently, what does this have to do with the spirit array sect? Is the heart of 7 orifices of the Fulu school worth offending Xuanzong? The two of them looked at each other and thought of the same thing at the same time. Their expressions changed and they blurted out, heavenly book. 15 minutes later, a stream of light flew out of the North sect's mountain gate and headed straight for Baiyin Mountain. South sect. After Ling Wuzi's news was sent back, a few cries of surprise came from the Dao Palace on an inverted mountain peak. Heart of 7 orifices. Grandmaster once said that people with this kind of constitution must be recruited into the sect at all costs. The most important use of the heart of 7 orifices is not talisman writing or alchemy, but to decipher the heavenly book. No wonder the Pill Cauldron sect and the Spirit Array sect are so anxious to tie themselves to the Fulu school. They must have benefited greatly from it. Not long after, an extremely powerful aura flew out of the South sect's ancestral court and streaked across the sky, disappearing into the northern horizon. Baiyin Mountain. After the Spirit Array sect, the South sect and the North sect each sent a grand elder to the Fulu school's dual cultivation ceremony. In this way, other than Xuanzong, the other 4 sects of the Dao sect had given the Fulu school enough face. This made the cultivators who did not know the situation suspect that the position of the leader of the Dao sect had been transferred from Xuanzong to the Fulu school. Li Mu immediately sensed the auras of the 2 7th realm cultivators. This meant that he had used Guanjuanzi as bait, and the fish he wanted to catch had already taken the bait. Although the 6 Dao sects were nominally led by Xuanzong, which little brother did not want to be the big brother? If the heavenly books of the Fulu school, the Pill Cauldron sect, and the Spirit Array sect were completely deciphered, perhaps Xuanzong, who had an 8th realm cultivator, could continue its glory for a few more decades before that cultivator's lifespan ran out. However, the South sect and the North sect would soon be pulled apart by these 3 sects, and would be left further and further behind. The cultivators of these 2 sects would not fail to see the pros and cons of this. Continuing to be Xuanzong's little brother or developing their own sects was a choice that did not need to be considered at all. Li Mu did not need to do anything now. The South sect and the North sect would come to him and beg him to do it. He stood at the peak of the main peak, and an aura quickly approached him from behind. Huan Ji flew to his side and snorted coldly, saying, if I don't come to you, you won't come to me, right? Li Mu turned around and looked around. He asked softly, why are you here? Why can't I be here? Huan Ji glared at him and asked, you are my man, so your senior brother is my senior brother. Or are you trying to deny it after putting on your clothes? Li Mu said helplessly, I didn't. Huan Ji finally smiled and jumped into Li Mu's arms. She said, I missed you. This was the main peak, and there were many people here. Li Mu used a concealment technique and flew to a nameless peak in the Baiyin mountain range with her. Huan Ji looked around and said with a red face, you bad guy, don't tell me you want to. Li Mu looked at the soft grass under his feet and was stunned for a moment. Just as he was about to speak, he saw two figures walking out from the mountain path in front of him. Li Mu and Mr. May looked at each other, and the atmosphere suddenly became very awkward. Mr. May looked at Li Mu and then at Huan Ji, who was beside Li Mu. A layer of frost suddenly formed on the ground within 1,000 feet radius. Chapter 557. Huan Ji didn't understand. She looked at Mr. May and frowned. Why are you here again? Li Mu looked at Mr. May and Qing Xian, then looked at the frost on the ground. After a moment of silence, he said to Huan Ji, you go back first. I'll find you later. Huan Ji said unhappily, why? I just found you, Li Mu said, be a good girl. After a moment of silence, Huan Ji said, okay, I'll wait for you in the room. She glanced at Mr. May and Qing Xian, then flew to the Taoist palace on the main peak alone. Li Mu walked to Mr. May and sighed. Your Majesty, what are you? He had confirmed it with the conch. If the one standing in front of him was the Empress, then who was on the other side of the conch? Did she predict his prediction and make preparations in advance? Mr. May's face was full of frost, and his tone was calm. He asked, when did you start? Qing Xian stood behind her and also looked at Li Mu with dissatisfaction. This was the biggest shame in Li Mu's life. He didn't want to talk about it, but since the Empress had seen the result, there was no need to hide the process from her. So Li Mu told her the truth and briefly what happened that night. Zhou Yi was so angry that her chest heaved up and down. She said angrily, did you forget what I told you? I told you again and again to be careful of that fox, but you were enchanted by her. You didn't take my words to heart. Do you want to anger Xiao Bai to death? Qing Xian's chest bulged. She agreed, yes. Li Mu looked at her. She immediately hid behind the Empress. She was the one who was angry, but she always used other people's names. Li Mu said in a low voice, Xiao Bai already knows. She's not angry. Zhou Yi pointed at Li Mu and said angrily, you. She waved her sleeves and said coldly, let's go. Then she and Qing Xian disappeared in front of Li Mu at the same time. Li Mu didn't chase after them immediately. He lay on the grass with a blade of grass in his mouth and looked up at the blue sky. He wondered if he should make his relationship with the Empress clear. One played dumb, and the other didn't say anything. He didn't know how long they would drag it out. He might as well take this opportunity to confess his feelings to the Empress. Since she was unwilling to take the initiative to take that step, Li Mu could only force her. Li Mu flew back to the main peak and came to the Taoist palace where they lived. Qing Xian stretched out her hands and stood in front of Li Mu, saying, Master said she didn't want to see you. Li Mu glanced at her indifferently. She immediately covered her head and hid to the side. She would never forget Li Mu's methods of killing the people of the Shin Kingdom. Even now, she was still a little afraid of him. Li Mu walked to the front of the Taoist palace and pushed open the door. Zhou Yi, who had changed back to her original appearance, was sitting on the table. She turned her head away from Li Mu and said coldly, why are you still looking for me? Go find your fox spirit. Yes, Your Majesty. Li Mu had already walked to her side and turned to walk outside. Zhou Yi smashed the white jade table with a palm and said angrily, come back here. Li Mu walked back and said, didn't Your Majesty tell me to go? Zhou Yi said angrily, now you know to listen to me. What were you doing before? I told you to be careful of that fox. Were you careful? Li Mu took a deep breath and said, this is my private matter. I am a public official, and I am worthy of the great Zhou dynasty and Your Majesty. Your Majesty is not my wife, so you can't meddle in my private affairs. Zhou Yi's lips trembled and her face revealed a shocked expression. She found it hard to imagine that such words would come from Li Mu, her most trusted official, the person she liked the most. Didn't he like her? In the dream, they were already like that. How could he say such words? Zhou Yi was extremely sad. When she was betrayed by her family and became the crown princess, she wasn't this sad. When she was used as a pawn by her father and was cursed by the world to ascend the throne, she wasn't this sad either. A sorrowful feeling emerged in her heart and she couldn't control it. Zhou Yi turned her head away, not wanting Li Mu to see her tears. She did her best to calm herself down and said lightly, "Go and be the empress of the Yao kingdom. I don't want to see you again." Li Mu slowly looked at her and said, "But I want to see your majesty. I want to see your majesty every day. I want to see the sunrise and sunset with your majesty. I want to grow flowers and vegetables and plow the fields with your majesty. If this is all my wishful thinking, then I will disappear from your majesty's sight and never appear again." Zhou Yi's tears were still in her eyes and her lips were slightly parted. She had gone from great sorrow to great joy in such a short period of time. Even she found it hard to come back to her senses. Was this Li Mu's declaration of his feelings to her? Watching the sunrise and sunset together. In any case, this wasn't something that a ruler and his official would do together. Zhou Yi looked into Li Mu's eyes. Li Mu met her gaze with sincerity. Zhou Yi looked away and a faint blush appeared on her face. She said in a low voice, It depends on your performance." Li Mu looked at the empress, who had suddenly become shy, and his heart was already blooming with joy. Huan Ji had taught him that when it came to love, he had to take the initiative. The empress was an inexperienced Xiaobai. By the time she opened her mouth, Huan Ji had already given birth to a nest of foxes. Li Mu knew that the reason why she was angry was not because Li Mu had hidden the matter between him and Huan Ji from her. Rather, it was because Huan Ji had surpassed her and her competitive nature did not allow her to lose to another empress. Since he had taken the initiative and the two of them had already made their relationship clear, what happened next was just a matter of time. Li Mu tentatively sat down beside her and gently held her hand. The empress's hand was a bit cold. She subconsciously dodged and then allowed Li Mu to hold her hand. Their fingers intertwined, and the hall was so quiet that only the sound of each other's heartbeats could be heard. Zhou Yi lowered her head. Li Mu looked at her and felt that the empress at this moment was exceptionally moving. The blushing empress exuded a unique charm that made Li Mu unable to take his eyes off her. Even his body inexplicably moved towards her. In the next moment, Li Mu realized that it was not just charm. There was really a suction force on the empress. Not only his body, but also his magic power and primordial spirit were being sucked towards the empress by this suction force. Zhou Yi also realized something. Her expression changed slightly. She lightly pushed Li Mu's shoulder, and Li Mu's body flew out of the hall. Li Mu and Qing Xian stood together and looked up at the sky. In the sky, a strange phenomenon suddenly appeared. All the white clouds in the sky within 100 miles seemed to be attracted by something and gathered above the Dao Palace. In the end, a huge funnel shape appeared, and it was spinning non-stop. In the eyes of high-level cultivators, this was not just a white cloud vortex, but a spirit chi vortex. There seemed to be a huge spirit gathering formation here. With the main peak of Baiyun Mountain as the origin, all the spirit chi within 100 miles was rapidly gathering here and being sucked in by this spirit chi vortex. It was Fulu School's grand ceremony today. The powerful cultivators of the Zhu continent gathered at Baiyun Mountain. Such a strange phenomenon immediately attracted the attention of countless people. Figures flew into the sky one after another and looked towards the Dao Palace. What pure spirit chi this is! Someone is breaking through. The Transcendence Realm. This must be a Transcendence Realm cultivator's spirit chi fluctuation. Which 7th realm cultivator's magic power has broken through again? This phenomenon. It's probably the peak of the 7th realm. Fulu School is really on the verge of replacing Xuanzong. There isn't a single cultivator at the peak of the 7th realm in the entire Dao sect. If he takes another step forward, Fulu School will really replace Xuanzong. While everyone was discussing softly, Miao Xuanzi's expression turned ugly in another Dao palace. He did not know that Fulu School was already so powerful that it could even threaten Xuanzong's position. From the main hall at the front of the main peak, a few people quickly walked out. An old man asked Xian Jizi, "The aura is so strong that even we can't compare to it." I wonder which senior brother's cultivation has improved again. Xian Jizi was also confused. As the headmaster of Fulu School, he knew better than anyone that there was no cultivator of such a level in the sect. Countless people flew towards that direction. When they wanted to get closer to take a look, a huge bell fell from the sky and completely isolated the area. At the same time, Xian Jizi also received Li Mu's telepathic message. I'm here. Senior brother, don't worry. Xian Jizi looked at the North and South Sect Taishang elders and said with a smile, Uncle Masters, let's talk about the interpretation of the heavenly book. The two old men looked at the spiritual chi vortex and only felt that Xian Jizi's smile was even more mysterious. Fulu School had changed too much in the past few years. Was it all because of the heart of 7 orifices? After coming to Mount Baiyun, what they saw and heard strengthened their belief in interpreting the heavenly book. The North Sect Taishang elder laughed dryly and said, to be honest, I came this time not only to congratulate you on finding a good partner, but also to ask junior brother Ling Jizi to help interpret the heavenly book of North Sect. Xian Jizi sneered in his heart, but the expression on his face was still kind. He said, it's true that junior brother has the heart of 7 orifices, but Uncle Masters don't know that Fulu School has decided that he will be the next head of the school. And from now on, I have handed over all the internal affairs of the school to him. If Uncle Masters want him to help interpret the heavenly book, I'm afraid you'll have to discuss it with him face to face. The South Sect Taishang elder Taoist priest said, I wonder where junior brother Ling Jizi is now. Let's go find him now. Xian Jizi smiled and said, it's a little inconvenient for junior brother now. However, Uncle Masters also know that junior brother and Xuanzong have an irreconcilable enmity. South Sect and North Sect are too close with Xuanzong. I'm afraid he may not agree to your request. The North Sect Taishang elder waved his hand and said, rumors, pure rumors. To tell you the truth, North Sect also can't stand Xuanzong's disregard for the relationship between fellow disciples and bully others. Naturally, we won't be too close with Xuanzong. The South Sect Taishang elder continued, Xuanzong is disloyal to his fellow disciples. Of course, we'll stand with Fulu School. Before the two Taishang elders came to Fulu School, they had a careful discussion with the higher-ups of the school. They had to make a choice between offending Xuanzong or seeking the development of the school. Xuanzong was still the leader of Taoism, but their decline was a foregone conclusion. These days, the things that happened to Xuanzong were obvious to everyone. Once Elder Tianjizi's lifespan came to an end, Xuanzong would become mediocre among the 6 sections. Whether South Sect and North Sect would become mediocre with them, or rise with Fulu School, Danding Sect, and Lingji Sect, there was no need to think too much about it. After saying so much, they still didn't get to the point. Xian Jizi could only hint, junior brother Ling Jizi has built a market in Great Zhou's Shinduar Fulu, Danding Sect, and Lingji Sect all have a market in it. The market in Great Zhou's Shindu was built to compete with Xuanzong. This was no secret. Once the North and South sects, like Danding Sect and Lingji Sect, set up shop in that market, it was the same as clearly standing opposite of Xuanzong. Moreover, when other than Xuanzong, the other 5 sects moved their shops to Great Zhou's Shindu due to the geographical and price advantage, Xuanzong's market would be completely destroyed. This was the same as cutting off Xuanzong's greatest source of cultivation resources. It would affect the cultivation of the disciples. Wouldn't Xuanzong hate them to death? Clearly, Xian Jizi was letting them make a choice. They could only choose between Fulu School and Xuanzong. Other than being powerful, Xuanzong couldn't bring them any direct benefits. However, Fulu School was different. They could usher in a period of flourishing development for the South and North sects. The North sect's first elder thought for a long time, then said, from now on, our 4 sects will have to provide more support. The South sect's first elder immediately said, it's our 5 sects. Xian Jizi smiled and said to the 2, Uncle Masters, you can give the heavenly book to me temporarily. I will persuade junior brother to help you decipher it. The 2 stretched out their hands, and a page appeared in each of their palms. They sighed in their hearts. From now on, they were completely tied to Fulu School. Inside the law bell. In the Law Palace where the Empress was, there was a very powerful fluctuation of magic power, and her aura was still growing little by little. Just from the aura alone, this was already the most powerful aura Li Mu had ever felt, except for that elder Xuanzong. Although Li Mu hoped that the Empress could advance to the 8th realm in one go, it was impossible. The Great Zhou had the power of a nation, and decades of accumulation allowed her to have strength stronger than ordinary transcendence when she just stepped into transcendence. This time, her strength had increased slightly, and she should be able to stabilize at the late stage of transcendence. If he knew that the Empress's heart knot was here, Li Mu would have made it clear to her earlier. Like Jade Sun, the Empress also had a heart demon. Jade Sun's heart demon was Xian Jizi, and the Empress's heart demon was Li Mu. Once the heart demon was eliminated, their cultivation would also have a small leap. The heart demon was a disaster, but it was also an opportunity. The process of defeating the heart demon and eliminating it was a process of fighting with oneself. If one lost, their cultivation would stagnate, and if it was serious, they would lose their rationality. If they won, it would be a vast sea and sky. After reaching the transcendent realm, any breakthrough was very difficult. The Empress shouldn't be able to finish it in a short time. Li Mu let Qing Exan watch over here. He just received Xian Jizi's voice transmission, and the South Sect and North Sect's heavenly books had been obtained. Main Peak's Law Palace. The South Sect and North Sect Supreme Elders looked at Li Mu with hopeful eyes. An old man asked, "How long will it take to decipher the heavenly book?" Li Mu, 10 years. The two's expression changed, and they blurted out, "So long." Li Mu sighed and said, 10 years is already very short. The disciples of the 6 sects have been deciphering the heavenly book for thousands of years. Until now, there are still many mysteries. Our sect's heavenly book has not been fully deciphered. In these 10 years, I can't just decipher the heavenly book of each sect and neglect my cultivation. Chapter 558. Li Mu was not stupid. If he could decipher the heavenly tomes of the 2 sects in 3 to 5 days, the southern and northern sects would turn their backs on him. Who could he reason with then? He only needed 10 years. In 10 years, he could tie the 5 sects together and create the greatest benefits. He could increase the strength of the Fulu school, the national strength of the Great Zhou, and the national strength of the Thousand Fox country. Li Mu was confident that in 10 years, he would fight his way to Xuanzong, find Qingqingzi, and let Xiao Bai take revenge with his own hands. The 2 supreme elders of the southern and northern sects hesitated. Li Mu continued, "Of course, in these 10 years, at most every 6 months, I will decipher a part of the heavenly tomes and give them to your sections. To show my sincerity, after senior brother's dual cultivation ceremony, I will decipher a part of the heavenly tomes. You can take a look at it and then make a decision." This was an offer they could not refuse. After thinking for a moment, they nodded at the same time and said, "Sorry to trouble you, martial nephew." Li Mu smiled and said, "Martial uncles, I have built a market in the divine capital of the Great Zhou." Before he could finish his words, the 2 elders had already understood and said, "Martial nephew, don't worry. I will send a message to the sects right away. The northern sects will move their weapon forging pavilion there. The southern sects will also open a body forging pavilion there." With the shops of the southern and northern sects, Rosy Lane did not lack anything. Fulu, elixirs, formations, magic weapons, body tempering, and any other resources cultivators wanted could be found there. The Xuanzong market, which was far away at the end of the world, could be closed from now on. After collecting the heavenly tomes of the 2 sects, Li Mu could not wait to find a Taoist palace to comprehend. As expected, the northern sect's heavenly tomes contained the art of refining artifacts. The southern sect's heavenly tomes contained the art of body tempering and body strengthening. The spirit array faction's heavenly tomes contained the complex art of array formations. Similarly, there were projections of ancient cultivators and giant beasts. The history recorded in the heavenly tomes of the 6 sects was the history of the battle between the ancient people and the giant beasts. Li Mu scrutinized the 3 pages of the heavenly book in his hand. At a certain moment, he suddenly realized that the edges of these pages were emitting an undetectable white light. He carefully observed for a while and was surprised to find that the 3 pages were slowly connecting. As if he had thought of something, he took out the Dragon Clan's heavenly book and stacked the 4 pages together. The edges of the Dragon Clan's heavenly book began to emit a white light. These pages of the heavenly book seemed to want to be glued back together. Legend had it that the heavenly book was originally a book. In other words, all the pages of the book should have been one. If all the pages could be gathered, the complete heavenly book would appear in the world. Li Mu found Xian Jizi again and obtained the Fulu School's heavenly book from him. He also borrowed the Pill Cauldron sect's heavenly book from Wuchen Zi. He had completely deciphered the heavenly books of these 2 sections. From now on, their existence was more of a symbolic function. Therefore, when he borrowed it from Wuchen Zi, she did not mention anything about returning it. Finally, Li Mu came to the palace where Illusion Princess lived. Illusion Princess sat on the edge of the bed and patted the space beside her. She said with dissatisfaction, "Why are you only here now?" Li Mu walked to her side and did not sit down. He asked, "Did you bring the Demon Clan's and Fox Clan's heavenly books with you?" Illusion Princess nodded and said, "I did." She stretched out her hand and a white light flashed in her palm. 2 pages of the heavenly book appeared. Li Mu now had 8 pages of the heavenly book. The Dao sect had 5 pages, the Dragon Clan had 1 page, the Fox Clan had 1 page, and the Demon Clan had 1 page. He stacked the 8 pages of the heavenly book together. These heavenly books were gradually covered by a hazy white light. Li Mu touched the white light with his divine sense. Suddenly, a blurry image appeared in front of his eyes. He could only vaguely see that it seemed to be a door. This door was huge and too illusory. Li Mu could only see a very blurry door frame. He did not know what would happen if these heavenly books continued to fuse together. He could only forcefully separate them. Illusion Princess also retracted her divine sense and asked, "What is that?" Li Mu shook his head. This was also the first time he saw this. He looked at the few pages of the heavenly book in front of him and tried to stack them one by one. He then realized that when he stacked more than 6 pages of the heavenly book, an illusory door would appear in front of him. When he stacked the 7th and 8th pages of the heavenly book, the door would become clearer. It was a pity that Li Mu did not have more heavenly books. Otherwise, he would want to see what would happen when more heavenly books fused together. Legend has it that the heavenly book had 24 pages. 8 of them were in Li Mu's hands. There were 16 pages left. One of them was in Xuanzong and the other 4 were in the 4 Buddhist sects. Li Mu guessed that the demon sect should have more than 1 page. As for the others, their whereabouts were unknown. He had already interpreted the Fox Clan and Demon Clan's heavenly books for Illusion Princess. Li Mu put away all the heavenly books and said to Illusion Princess, "Leave these 2 pages with me for now." Illusion Princess held his arm and said, "What's mine is yours. If you want it, then take it." Then, she looked at Li Mu and asked, "Was that Zhou Yi?" Li Mu was shocked. "How did you know?" The Empress's transformation technique could not be seen through even by Saint Realm experts. Even Li Mu was fooled. How could Illusion Princess know the Empress's identity? Illusion Princess curled her lips and said, "I feel annoyed when I see her. Who else could it be but Zhou Yi?" As expected, a mountain cannot hold 2 tigers, especially 2 tigresses. Their intuition even made up for their lack of cultivation. Luckily, one of them was in the divine capital and the other was in Thousand Fox country. They did not meet often. Li Mu was relieved. Illusion Princess asked again, "Was the commotion just now also caused by Zhou Yi?" Li Mu nodded and said, "Yes, she made a small breakthrough in her cultivation." Illusion Princess was shocked. "She's already so strong. She still has a breakthrough?" Her tone was filled with shock, unwillingness, envy, and jealousy. Even if she was ahead of Zhou Yi in other aspects, the difference in cultivation would always be an insurmountable gap between them. Li Mu comforted her, "You're already very strong. You don't have to compete with her everywhere." Illusion Princess snorted, "You also think I'm not as good as her." This was the truth. Not to mention people of the same age, even in the 10 continents, the Empress was probably the strongest among all the females. This was the case in the past, and it was even more so after she had a small breakthrough. The phenomenon in the sky had disappeared. Li Mu said to Illusion Princess, "Stay here obediently. I'll go take a look." After Li Mu left, Illusion Lord walked in from outside. Illusion Princess snorted, "Isn't it just the seventh realm? What's so great about it?" Illusion Lord walked in from outside and said, "Don't worry. The heavenly fox bloodline in your body is very strong. Your cultivation will not be below hers in the future." Illusion Princess pursed her lips and said helplessly, "If I'm not as good as her now, I'll be even worse in the future." Illusion Lord pondered for a moment and said softly, "Although the demon nation is small, its foundation is not weaker than the Zhou nation. Otherwise, it wouldn't have fought with them for so many years. If she could transcend with her psychokinesis, my daughter can too. However, just our clan alone is not enough. We have to unite the other 4 clans." Li Mu returned to the palace where the Empress was and kept the Dao bell. The puzzled crowd gathered here. Zhou Yi waved her sleeves, and Li Mu and her disappeared from the palace. Dozens of miles away, the two of them appeared on the peak of another mountain. Li Mu made some calculations. The Empress' teleportation mystical power was not even as far as his shrinking earth into inches. This meant that even if he couldn't defeat a transcendent realm opponent, if he wanted to escape, the opponent wouldn't be able to catch up to him. The prerequisite was that the opponent didn't confine the space in advance. Zhou Yi lowered her head and looked at her feet. She asked softly, Is what you said just now true?" Li Mu asked, "What?" Zhou Yi glared at him and said angrily, "You said you wanted to watch the sunrise and sunset with me." Li Mu held her hand and placed it on his chest. He said, "If you don't believe me, you can feel it for yourself." Zhou Yi placed her hand on Li Mu's chest and felt his heartbeat. After a moment of silence, she suddenly let out a long sigh and said, "If only you came to Fairy's capital a few years earlier." Li Mu thought for a moment. With her personality, if he came to Fairy's capital first and met her first, there wouldn't be Lu Hanyan, Li Qing, or Phantom Princess. Li Mu might have become the true empress of the Great Zhou. In this world, there were always gains and losses. He lost the position of empress and gained an entire forest. Zhou Yi suddenly looked at Li Mu and said, "You can't tell anyone about this, including them and that fox." Li Mu knew that the empress was different from Phantom Princess. She had the dignity of being the empress of the Great Zhou. Although the people of the Great Zhou had a lot of support, she couldn't really come to the Li family and live under another woman. Although this gave him the feeling that he was having a secret relationship with the empress's words were an imperial edict. Li Mu still nodded and said, "As you wish." Then he asked, "Not even Ali and Mr. Mei?" Zhou Yi said without hesitation, "No." Li Mu looked at her and used his gaze to promise her that he would keep this a secret. He even had to hide it from the people closest to her. This was a secret relationship. Although it felt a bit strange, thinking about it carefully, it was quite exciting. He let out a long sigh of relief in his heart. No matter what the process was, under his initiative, the Empress didn't back down this time. Although he was still under observation, Li Mu had full confidence in facing a Xiao Bai who had no experience in relationships. Zhou Yi's face revealed a thoughtful expression. Suddenly, she looked at Li Mu and said, "I want to ask you a question." Li Mu said, "Your Majesty, please ask." Zhou Yi said, "If you had to choose between me and that fox, who would you choose?" Reality proved that women were self-taught when it came to certain things. This had nothing to do with experience, but their nature. Li Mu shook his head and said, "How could there be such a choice?" "Your Majesty, your assumption is unreasonable." Zhou Yi frowned and said, "How is it unreasonable? If both of us were in danger, and you could only save one, who would you choose?" Li Mu smiled and said, "Your Majesty, you must be joking. Your cultivation is already at the top of the continent. How could you be in danger? Who could threaten you? Even if you were in danger, it would be you who saved us. I'm saying if. But there's no if in this kind of impossible situation." Zhou Yi took a deep breath and said, what if I told you never to see that fox again? Li Mu shook his head and said, that's also impossible. Your Majesty is so gentle and considerate. How could you make such a request? Zhou Yi's lips moved. In the end, she just waved her sleeves and said, just don't whisper sweet nothings in front of me. Several bells rang in the distance, indicating that the dual cultivation ceremony was about to begin. Li Mu and the Empress held hands and slowly flew toward Mount Baiyun. Although they could both return to the main peak in an instant, they both chose to fly, which was the slowest. Phantom Princess was bold and passionate about her feelings, while the Empress was much more shy and reserved. Even when holding hands, she kept a distance from Li Mu and did not have any unnecessary physical contact. Li Mu knew that his relationship with the Empress could not be rushed. From holding hands in dreams to holding hands in reality, it was already a huge leap. Every step after that had to be done step by step. As they gradually approached the ancestral court, the Empress changed into Mr. May's appearance in order to fool people. A stream of light flew past from behind, flew to the front, and suddenly turned back. Although the Empress let go of Li Mu's hand immediately, it was still seen by that person. Zhou Zhong stood in the air and looked at Li Mu and Mr. May. He said in shock, You. Li Mu's expression was normal. He asked, what are you doing here? Zhou Zhong did not continue this topic. He said, something happened in the Shin Kingdom. I knew you would come here, so I came here to see Qing. Li Mu asked, what happened in the Shin Kingdom? Zhou Zhong glanced at Mr. May in surprise. He said, it's not that urgent. I won't disturb you. I'll find you later. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned into a stream of light again and disappeared. Li Mu watched him go and sighed. He murmured, it's over. My innocence is ruined. Zhou Zhong knew Mr. May. He must have thought that Li Mu and Mr. May had some kind of ambiguous relationship, and wondered if his taste and preferences had changed. Zhou Yi glanced at him and said, what innocence do you have? Mei Wei doesn't care. Li Mu could not clear up this misunderstanding. It was better to see him and Mr. May than to see him and the Empress. Mr. May was one of the Empress's most trusted subordinates. It was natural for him to be the cover for her secret relationship. To avoid the previous embarrassment, Zhou Yi kept a distance from Li Mu and flew slowly to the main peak. Li Mu followed behind him with a thoughtful look on his face. Since the Empress was going to change her appearance to Mr. May, she might as well change into Shengguanli. If people saw him holding hands with Ali, at least they would not suspect that his taste had changed. At this time, Mr. May, who was far away in Shindu, sneezed a few times. She put down the memorial in her hand and frowned. Who is talking about me behind my back? As soon as she finished speaking, Shengguanli, who was sitting opposite her, also started sneezing. Chapter 559. When they were about to arrive at the main peak, Li Mu flew back to the Empress and said, Your Majesty, can I discuss something with you? Zhou Yi said indifferently, what is it? Li Mu looked at the face that belonged to Mr. May. He thought for a moment and said, next time when you want to change, can you change into Ali or Qing Xian instead of Mr. May? Zhou Yi asked, why? Li Mu explained, after we return to Shindu, if people keep seeing me with Mr. May, it will damage Sister May's innocence. Zhou Yi asked, are Ali and Qing Xian not innocent? Li Mu waved his hand and said, Qing Xian is not even human. Why would she want to be innocent? Ali is so much younger than Sister May and is still in her prime. She won't have to worry about marriage in the future. Mr. May is different. She is so old. If there are any rumors about me, I'm afraid she won't be able to get married in this lifetime. Your Majesty, even if you don't think for me, you have to think for her. She treats me like a brother. I can't hurt her. Li Mu was sincere. Zhou Yi thought about it carefully and felt that what he said made sense. So she said, then let's wait until we return to Shendu. In the square in front of the palace on the main peak, the disciples of Fulu School were already setting up the place. There were thousands of tables in the square. In recent years, the only place that could compare to today's Fulu School was Xuanzong during the Taoism Exchange Conference. To a certain extent, even the Xuanzong Exchange Conference not long ago couldn't compare to today's dual cultivation ceremony. After all, there were indeed many cultivators present at the Xuanzong Exchange Conference. However, the Empress of Thousand Fox Country wasn't present, nor were the two transcendents from the Yao Nation. The other Taoist sects didn't send their sect masters or grand elders either. The Grand Supreme Elder of Fulu School had arrived, but he had gone to cause trouble in Xuanzong. He had almost destroyed Xuanzong's gate. Apart from Xuanzong, all the other Taoist sects sent at least one seventh realm expert to attend the Fulu School's dual cultivation ceremony. The Great Zhou Court and the Demon Nation also gave the Fulu School enough face. Those who didn't know better would think that Fulu School was the #1 Taoist sect. At the front of the square, Miao Xuanzi's expression was ugly. It was a stark contrast to the smiles on the faces of the people around him. Ever since they had a falling out with the Fulu School during the exchange conference, what happened next was completely out of their expectations. Xuanzong suddenly became the enemy of the continent. They were ostracized by the Great Zhou, discriminated by the Demon Nation, and alienated by their peers. They became a joke in everyone's eyes. The Grand Supreme Elders of the Fulu School and the other 4 sects sat at the front, facing the crowd. To their left and right were the sect masters, the Demon Nation experts, and the Demon Nation's queen. Although Phantom Princess's cultivation wasn't high, her status was revered. It could be said that apart from the Empress who had hidden her identity, no one present could compare to her status. Although the Demon Nation was small, it could still be evenly matched with the Great Zhou for hundreds of years. As the Empress, her position was even before Li Mu's. To be precise, she was right next to Li Mu. Similarly, the emissary of the Great Zhou Court couldn't sit too far behind. Mr. Mei, who represented the Empress and was actually the Empress, sat on the other side of Li Mu. Li Mu was surrounded by them on both sides, and he felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. Lu Hanyan and Li Qing were third-generation disciples, so their seats were slightly behind Li Mu. However, they were only diagonally below Li Mu. Li Mu felt uncomfortable being stared at from all directions. Therefore, he didn't look at anyone and focused on drinking the spiritual wine on the table in front of him. On her left, Phantom Princess was restless. She stretched out a hand and drew circles on Li Mu's waist. Although her small movements were hidden, they couldn't escape the eyes of the transcending state experts present. The Grand Supreme Elders from other sects finally understood why the Fulu School and the Demon Nation were so close. It turned out that Ling Jizi had somehow hooked up with the Demon Nation's queen. The Demon Nation was a land of treasures. It was rich in spiritual herbs, whether it was refining pills or writing talismans. The various sects also needed the Demon Nation's resources. It seemed that the Fulu School wouldn't lack talisman liquid in the future. Phantom Princess's movements didn't escape the Empress's notice. Li Mu's waist was gently stroked, but the other side was in pain. Li Mu didn't get to enjoy the blessings of 2 lovers, but he got to experience the taste of ice and fire. He was in pain but happy at the same time. He endured until the end of the ceremony and could move freely. He immediately left his seat and went to Zhou Zhong's seat. He asked, "What happened in the northern state?" Zhou Zhong put down his wine cup and said, "Recently, people from the demonic path have been frequently active in the northern state. They have clashed with Sangu's subordinates many times. I don't know what they are planning." The demonic path again, Li Mu frowned slightly. Ever since he started cultivating, the demonic path had never stopped. Qian Huan, Chu Jiang of Gojouzian, and later Cui Ming, as well as the 10,000 illusions Lord of Heaven, and the 3 elders of the Netherworld who almost overturned the Demon Nation. The demonic path was known as the *T stir of the Zhou continent. They first stirred up trouble in the Great Zhou, then meddled with the Demon Nation, and now set their sights on the Shen Nation. With Li Mu's hard work, he finally made the northern state a buffer zone between the Shen Nation and the Great Zhou. Once the northern state fell, the situation on the southern border would return to how it was before. All his hard work for this would go down the drain. The enemy was in the dark, while they were in the light. Li Mu couldn't transfer more people over for the time being. The demon nation's current strength was just enough to protect itself. If he borrowed the demon nation's strength to stabilize the northern state, the demonic path might take advantage of the weakness to invade the demon nation. Moreover, the demon nation and the northern state were in the north and the south. It was difficult to provide support from a geographical point of view. Li Mu pondered for a long time and could only say, "Be vigilant for now. If you feel that something is wrong, immediately send a message to me." Zhou Zhong didn't say anything else. He suddenly asked, "Does Qing know about the matter between you and Mr. Mei?" Li Mu's face darkened. He said, "There's nothing between me and Mr. Mei." Zhou Zhong thought for a moment and asked, "You young people are so open now. Is holding hands no longer a big deal?" Li Mu now regretted not suggesting this to the Empress earlier. She didn't want to become Ali. It was fine if she became Qing Xian. Now, he couldn't clear his name even if he jumped into the Yellow River. After the ceremony, Zhou Zhong returned to the northern state. Phantom Princess was going back to the demon nation. The Empress and Qing Xian were also going back to the divine capital. Li Mu was glad that all the women were gathered together this time. Although there were twists and turns, at least there was no danger. He also took the opportunity to improve his relationship with the Empress. It could be said that he profited from a disaster. Before Phantom Princess returned to the demon nation, she secretly gave Li Mu a look. When the Empress left with Qing Xian, she also gave Li Mu a meaningful look. Li Mu now understood that the 9 words mantra was most useful to him. It wasn't the thunder technique or the trapping technique. It was the last technique, distance shrinking. This should be a technique that could only be used at the 8th level. This technique relied on the power of heaven and earth and consumed very little magic power. It allowed him to go back and forth between the divine capital and the demon nation several times in a day. In the morning, he walked hand in hand with the Empress in the Imperial Garden. At night, he hugged Phantom Princess to sleep. At noon, he could even go back to the Fulu school to eat lunch with Lu Hanyan and Li Qing. This was what Li Mu learned from A.O. Qing's diary. At his level of cultivation, he could travel all over the 10 continents and 3 islands in a day. He often hung out with the 9-tailed fox in the morning, went to find the snake demon sisters in the afternoon, and flipped the seas with the dragon girl at night. The word sex ran through his life. However, Li Mu couldn't go find Phantom Princess and the Empress now. Li Mu promised Xian Jizi before that he would use his identity as the future sect leader to truly plan for the sect's future. Now, it was time for him to fulfill his promise. The most important aspect of a sect's rise was naturally the sect's strength. Fulu was a type of strength. However, the disciple's own cultivation was the true strength of a sect. The reason why Xuanzong was the Taoist sect's #1 sect was because the sect had many powerful cultivators. It suppressed the other 5 sections. If the Fulu school wanted to replace Xuanzong, there were at least 2 conditions. First, the sect had to have at least 1/8 level cultivator. Second, the sect's core strength had to be stronger than Xuanzong. Since he wanted to defeat Xuanzong, he first had to understand Xuanzong. In the main peak's palace, Li Mu asked Xian Jizi, "How many 7th level cultivators does the sect have now?" Xian Jizi said, "Including junior sister Jade's son, there are 5 now." Xuanzong also only had 5 7th level cultivators. It seemed like the Fulu school and Xuanzong were on par. However, the 2 Grand Supreme Elders were nearing the end of their lifespans. Xuanzong's 5 transcendents each had a lifespan of tens or even hundreds of years. After a few years, Fulu school would only have 3 7th level cultivators. One of them was even shared with the Pill Cauldron sect. Li Mu asked again, "How many 6th level cultivators are there?" Xian Jizi said, "Including you and Martial Uncle Fu Daozi, 8. What about Xuanzong?" 23. What about the 5th level? 56. Xuanzong? There should be more than 200. 4th level, our sect has more than 200. Xuanzong, more than 1,000. Other than Xuanzong, the strength of the other sects was about the same. Li Mu knew that Xuanzong was very strong, but he didn't expect it to be this strong. Xuanzong's strength was almost comparable to the rest of the sects combined. If Fulu's Pill Cauldron sect and Spirit Formation sect were major sects, then Xuanzong was the only super major sect. Xian Jizi answered Li Mu's question, then patted his shoulder and said, "The difference between our Fulu school and Xuanzong is not small. Senior brother's ability is limited. The heavy responsibility of revitalizing the sect will be handed to junior brother." Li Mu pondered for a long time. He looked at Xian Jizi and said seriously, "Senior brother, I think you should find someone else to revitalize the sect." Xian Jizi said leisurely, "Other than you, who else has this ability? You are a disciple of the Fulu school. Qing, and Han Yan are also disciples of the Fulu school. Do you have the heart to disappoint them?" Li Mu raised a finger and said, "I didn't expect senior brother to act so insidiously. You might as well change your Daoist name to Schemer." After knowing Xuanzong's strength, the burden of revitalizing the Fulu school was indeed much heavier than Li Mu expected. However, Li Mu was never one to back down in the face of difficulties. He glanced at Xian Jizi and said, "I can revive the sect, but from now on, all of the sect's resources will be under my control, including the gifts you received during the dual cultivation ceremony." Xian Jizi took off a thumb ring from his thumb and handed it to Li Mu. Li Mu scanned it with his divine sense. He saw mountains of spiritual medicines, spiritual jades, and all kinds of cultivation resources in the thumb ring. Thousands of cultivators attended Xian Jizi's dual cultivation ceremony. They received many gifts. These things, in addition to the profits from the market, were enough to raise the overall strength of the Fulu school to a new level. In terms of high-level combat strength, Li Mu was temporarily unable to create a 7th realm cultivator. But there were more than 50 5th realm cultivators in the sect. He should be able to find at least 10 who were only one step away from Dongxian. With these resources, Li Mu and the Empress could work together to refine some saint-level cultivation increasing pills. At the very least, they would be able to create a few more Dongxian cultivators. As for 5th realm cultivators, including those below the 5th realm, they could be created completely with pills. As long as they worked closely with the Danding sect, they would be able to produce a steady stream of pills for low-level disciples to increase their cultivation. Li Mu and the Danding sect's headmaster, Wu Chenzi, had a private conversation for several hours before Wu Chenzi left the Fulu school. When she left, she took a large amount of spiritual medicines with her. At the same time, all the disciples at the peak of every single realm in the Talisman sect were gathered together by the head seat. On the second day, all these disciples entered into closed-door cultivation and didn't leave, and they adjusted their states to their best so that they could make preparations for breaking through in the near future. After the headmaster's dual cultivation ceremony, the atmosphere in the entire Fulu school became tense. Xuanzong. In the highest Taoist palace, Miao Xuanzi's face darkened as he reported to Dao Qingzi, "Master, for some reason, the Yao nation is also on good terms with the Fulu school." On the day of Xian Jizi's dual cultivation ceremony, 2 7th realm Yao kings came to congratulate him. The Danding sect, the Spiritual Formation sect, and the northern and southern sects also sent their Grand Supreme Elders. Now, many cultivators are saying that the Fulu school is the top Taoist sect. The Fulu school, the top Taoist sect? Dao Qingzi's mouth twitched. He said calmly, "All these years, Xuanzong has been living in the East Sea. It seems that many people have forgotten about our existence." Miao Xuanzi thought for a moment and said, "Master, it'll be your 150th birthday in a month. Why don't you invite the cultivators of the Zhu continent to your birthday? Let them see the strength of our Xuanzong and who is the top Taoist sect." For the 150th birthday of the Xuanzong Grand Supreme Elder, invitations were sent to all the sects and families of the Zhu continent. These forces were not as powerful as the Fulu school, so they did not dare to offend Xuanzong. Anyone who received an invitation traveled thousands of miles to the East Sea. They thought that the birthday of the Xuanzong Grand Supreme Elder would be grander than the Fulu school's dual cultivation ceremony. However, when they arrived at the East Sea, they realized that was not the case. No one from the great Zhou court came. No one from the Yao nation of Xing province came. The other 5 Taoist sects only sent a 6th realm first seat symbolically. They did not even send a 7th realm cultivator. The cultivators who had just attended the Fulu school's dual cultivation ceremony could not help but feel that the so-called top Taoist sect was just a so-so. It was easy to tell who was the top Taoist sect, Xuanzong or Fulu school, from the attitudes of the other 4 sections. In a Taoist palace in Xuanzong, the expressions of the elders were not good. The Grand Supreme Elder's birthday celebration was meant to showcase Xuanzong's strength and influence. They thought that since the other 4 sects had paid so much attention to the Fulu school last time, they would not neglect Xuanzong this time. However, who would have thought that the difference between their attitudes toward the Fulu school and Xuanzong would be so great? In this case, was Xuanzong not asking to be humiliated? Miao Xuanzi said angrily, the Danding sect, the Spiritual Array sect, the South sect, and the North sect. What are they trying to do? How dare they humiliate our Xuanzong? On the main seat, Dao Qingzi's face showed deep fear. He said in a low voice, there must be a reason for the North and South sects to do this. What benefits did the Fulu school give them to make them break off their relationship with Xuanzong? Chapter 560. South Sect. An inner sect elder came to a Dao palace and bowed. Sect Master, Grand Elder, Elder Miao Xuanzi of Xuanzong has come to our sect. He said he has something important to discuss and wants to see the sect master. Xuanzong's Grand Elder's birthday celebration had just ended. The 4 sects did not send any transcendent powerhouses to the East Sea to congratulate him, causing Xuanzong to once again lose face in front of the cultivators of the Zhu continent. Miao Xuanzi must have come for this matter. The Southern sect had sent a Grand Supreme Elder to the Talisman Puppet Sect Master Xian Jizi's dual cultivation ceremony. The Southern sect had sent a Grand Supreme Elder to the Profound Sect's Grand Supreme Elder's 150th birthday. However, the Southern sect had only sent a first seat. If they couldn't give them a suitable reason, they would probably offend the Profound sect. However, at this moment, South sect's sect master and Grand Elder had no time to pay attention to Miao Xuanzi. They all stared at a jade slip floating in the void with a strange light in their eyes. It's really a new supernatural power. 300 years ago, a senior in the sect only comprehended part of this supernatural power. Ling Jizi actually completed it, as expected. It's really the heart of 7 orifices. The rise of South sect is just around the corner. Half an hour ago, Hyun Jinko of Fulu School sent a jade slip. After reading the contents of the jade slip, the 3 transcendent powerhouses of South sect could not help but be moved. This jade slip recorded the contents of South sect's heavenly scripture. What they comprehended from the heavenly scripture was recorded in this jade slip. What they did not comprehend from the heavenly scripture was recorded in this jade slip. This was enough to show that Ling Jizi had the ability to decipher the heavenly scripture. Although 10 years was a long time, it was nothing compared to the rise of South sect. After South sect's sect master calmed down, he said to the Taoist priest, "Tell Miao Xuanzi that I and the 2 Grand Elders are in seclusion to comprehend the supernatural power. Let head Ling Wuzi receive us." To be honest, Xuanzong's strength was well known. Perhaps only the 5 sects combined would have the qualifications to compete with Xuanzong. The South sect originally didn't want to offend Xuanzong again and again for the sake of Fulu school, but who told the Fulu school to give them too much? The 6 sects were all Daoist sections. One made them work like cattle and horses, while the other gave them a chance to rise. No matter how stupid they were, they should know which side to stand on. In a certain hall of the South sect, Miao Xuanzi had just learned the news that the South sect leader and Supreme Elder were in seclusion. He had just come from the Northern sect. Not long ago, the Northern sect had told him the same thing. This meant that the North and South sects did not want to see him at all. Miao Xuanzi had already felt the seriousness of the situation. He did not even feel angry in his heart. Instead, he flew in the direction of the Eastern Sea with a heavy heart. Shizuan's guess should be correct. The Fulu school must have given these sects great benefits. How great would the benefits be for them to choose to oppose Xuanzong? Miao Xuanzi vaguely felt that Xuanzong had missed a great opportunity. Eastern Sea, Xuanzong. In recent days, the atmosphere of the entire Xuanzong had continued to be gloomy. No one had expected that the Taoist exchange meeting would become a turning point for Xuanzong's luck. Before the exchange meeting, Xuanzong, as the #1 sect of Taoism, had limitless glory. After the exchange meeting, Xuanzong was hated by everyone and could only stay in the Eastern Sea. The disciples of Xuanzong were too ashamed to walk around outside. Many people were dissatisfied with the decision of the upper echelons of the sect, but they could not change anything. Out of trust in Tianjizi, they hid all their doubts in the bottom of their hearts. In a space of the flask heaven, Tianjizi held a turtle shell in both hands and shook it gently. There was a clattering sound from the turtle shell. Not long after, a few copper coins were thrown out of it. Miao Yunzi sat cross-legged on the side and asked, "Uncle Master, how's the divination?" Tianjizi said leisurely, "It's 5% more. The probability of the cultivation world resisting the catastrophe has increased by 5%? Miao Yunzi's face was filled with shock. He muttered, "It seems that this 5% change should be the reason why the other 4 sects broke off relations with Xuanzong." "Uncle Master, you're right," the old man did not speak. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Miao Yunzi said nervously, "Uncle Master, you..." Tianjizi casually wiped away the blood and casually said, "Don't worry, this old man won't die for a while, and I can't die. If this old man dies, then the 10 continents will lose even half of their vitality." Great Zhou, Divine Capital. In the past 2 years, Divine Capital had become much quieter. A few years ago, the new and old parties fought openly and secretly, stirring up the entire Divine Capital. The people had no way to make a living. Now, the Shao royal family had declined. Not only did they have no right to speak in the imperial court, even the powerhouses guarding the ancestral shrine in the palace were chased out of the palace. Whether it was the people or the officials, they were well aware of a certain matter. That was, the Shao royal family, who had controlled Great Zhou for hundreds of years, was probably going to lose the imperial power forever. The old party had no chance at all. It should have been the new party's victory, but the Zhou family and its wings were also constantly losing power. In the imperial court, led by Zhang Chun, most of the officials were loyal to the empress. The original supporters of the two parties had all cut ties with them. The biggest contributor to Divine Capital's current situation was, of course, Lord Li Mu. He was the empress's most trusted official, the guardian of the people. He had swept away most of the internal and external troubles for the Great Zhou. He was using practical actions to fulfill the oath he made in his early years. He set his heart for heaven and earth, set his life for the people, inherited the lost knowledge of the past saints, and established peace for all ages. In the hearts of the people, Lord Li could be said to be a perfect person, apart from being a little lecherous. In recent days, there were rumors in Divine Capital that someone had seen Lord Li and Her Majesty's personal female official, Shangguan Li, having a private meeting by the river. Their behavior was very intimate. These rumors had even spread to the palace, and even the palace maids were talking about it. Lord Li is an important official of the imperial court, and Commander Shangguan is also one of Her Majesty's most trusted guards. Isn't it normal for them to discuss national affairs together? Forget it. I would believe it if it were someone else discussing national affairs, but Lord Li and Lord Shangguan are together all day long. Maybe they'll fall in love with each other over time. Who wouldn't like a man like Lord Li? I see Lord Li every day too. Why didn't he fall in love with me over time? In the imperial palace, a few palace maids in the corner of the corridor whispered. Naturally, it could not escape the ears of Mr. Mei and Shangguan Li. In Changle Palace, Mr. Mei stood beside Shangguan Li and asked nosily, "Ali, when did you get together with Li Mu? You didn't even tell me." "That's so mean." Shangguan Li's face was livid. She gritted her teeth and said, "What are they looking at? When did I get together with Li Mu by the river?" Mr. Mei murmured, "If it's not you, then it must look like you. Li Mu is really too much. The real Ali is right next to him, but he has to find an imposter." The palace maids outside had no idea what was going on. They continued to talk. It's not strange that Lord Li is with Commander Shangguan. If he's with Mr. Mei, please don't. This will ruin Lord Li's image in my eyes. why don't you think Mr. May is so old? Why isn't he married yet? Besides Shangguanli, Mr. May's face was also livid. Several palace maids on duty near Changle Palace were punished to do laundry in the laundry department because they were negligent in their duties. Mr. May was still angry. He said angrily, "Why should I be a good match for you? My image will be ruined." She couldn't calm down. The sky above Fairy's capital changed again. It wasn't the first time this phenomenon had happened. Even the people of Fairy's capital were used to it. Naturally, the two of them didn't make a fuss. The shadow of a bell flew into the dark clouds. The dark clouds quickly dissipated. Soon, Li Mu and the Empress walked out from the back of the palace. With Li Mu's current cultivation base, he had no problem writing and refining low-grade heaven-level talismans and pills. As for middle-grade heaven-level, high-grade, and saint-level talismans, because they exceeded the upper limit of Li Mu's magic power, he could only cooperate with the Empress. In Changle Palace, Shangguanli looked at Li Mu with hostility. Mr. May looked at Li Mu with hostility. Li Mu looked at them and asked curiously, "Why? Did I offend you?" Mr. May said, "Someone said that they saw you and Ali having a private meeting by the river." Li Mu felt guilty. He said, "That's just a rumor. You can ask Ali if you don't believe me. We've never been alone." Mr. May asked, "Then why would there be such a rumor?" Li Mu shook his head. "How would I know?" "Oh right, His Majesty and I have something for you." He threw 2 jade bottles to Mr. May and Shangguanli. "These are saint-level breakthrough pills. Your powers are already at the peak of the creation realm. Try and see if you can break through to Dongxian." Saint-level pills that could help people break through to the 5th level were extremely precious. Mr. May was shocked. These are for us? You don't want them?" Li Mu glanced at her. "If you don't want them, I'll give them to someone else." Before he finished, the jade bottles in Mr. May and Shangguanli's hands disappeared. Li Mu gave the low-grade pills to the Danding sect to make. He and the Empress made the saint-level and saint-level pills themselves. This time, Li Mu and the Empress used more than a month to make 4 saint-level breakthrough pills for the creation realm. Some of the materials used were from the Great Zhou Treasury, and some were from the Fulu School. For the sake of fairness, 2 of the 4 pills were given to the Imperial Court and 2 to the Fulu School. Lord May and Shangguanli were undoubtedly the most suitable candidates for the 2 pills of the Imperial Court, considering their status, experience, and how much they were favored. The courtiers would not have any objections to such an arrangement. As for the other 2 pills, Li Mu planned to take them back to the Fulu School and give them to Lu Hanyan and Li Qing. The Imperial Court and the school would each provide half of the materials for making the pills, and half of the pills. This arrangement was fair and reasonable. The 2 Taishang elders had planned to pass on their powers to them before their lifespans were completely exhausted. Theoretically speaking, they were also the first in line to take the pills. When the time came, the 2 Taishang elders could pass on their powers to other disciples. Li Mu considered whether or not to let Wanwan and Xiao Bai also enter the Fulu School. Using the school's resources on the Fulu School's disciples was reasonable. This would prevent people from saying that he was abusing his power for personal gain in the future. When they returned to Mount Baiyun, Li Mu took Wanwan and Xiao Bai with him. He let Wanwan become a disciple of Yuzhen Zi, and Xiao Bai become a disciple of Dan Yangzi. From now on, they were all 3rd-generation disciples of the Fulu School. They were only disciples of the 2 heads in name. Their specific cultivation was still under Li Mu's guidance. Xian Jizi had no objections to Li Mu giving the 2 mirror-breaking pills to Lu Hanyan and Li Qing. The 2 of them had already gone into seclusion to adjust their transcendence energy and were preparing to take the pills to break through their cultivation. With nothing to do, Li Mu returned to Yangqiu County. He originally wanted to find Zhang Shan for a drink or 2, but 2 years ago, Zhang Shan had moved out of Yangqiu County and bought a residence in the Shen-Du. He was usually not in the Shen-Du, but rather in the Great Zhou to expand his business. Half a year ago, he had already opened a shop in the state of Yong. Li Mu made another trip to the Jinshan Temple. The abbot of the Jinshan Temple had already changed. Xuandu and the original abbot had already left for the ancestral court of the Xian sect. Li Mu finally arrived at the bay of clear water. The small house by the water was still there, and the furnishings inside hadn't changed in the slightest. However, there was no one there. Ever since she had left without saying goodbye, Li Mu hadn't heard from Su He again. At that time, Li Mu didn't completely understand her feelings. If he had the chance to do it all over again, he would have kept her by his side no matter what. Returning to the small courtyard he had once lived in, he felt the powerful transcendence energy in his body and thought back to everything he had experienced in the past few years. In just a few years, he had gone from a lowly bailiff of Yangqiu County to a powerful official of the Great Zhou, the future headmaster of the Fulu School, and the state preceptor of the Yao Kingdom. Li Mu lay on the bed, his hands behind his head. He felt as if he was in a dream. Not a sound could be heard beside him, except for the sound of insects. In a rare moment, Li Mu forgot everything. Lying on the wooden bed, he had a dream. In his dream, he saw a golden door. Li Mu wanted to touch it, but he couldn't get close. It was only a few hundred steps, but he walked for an entire night. It was like a distant snowy mountain. It seemed to be right in front of him, but when he tried to get closer, he discovered that the path was endless. Even when he woke up, Li Mu was still reminiscing about this dream. In his dream, he desperately wanted to pass through that door, but he couldn't even get close. That feeling of helplessness made him feel incomparable despair. Li Mu took out the heavenly book in his hand and stacked it on top of each other. Using his divine sense, he saw a door that was exactly the same as the one in his dream. Seeing this door in reality, Li Mu also wanted to go through it to find out what was inside. However, this door wasn't real. If he wanted to understand its mysteries, he would probably have to gather more heavenly tomes. Speaking of the other heavenly tomes, the first one that Li Mu thought of was naturally Xuanzong. Unfortunately, he and Xuanzong had already become enemies. Xuanzong wouldn't give the heavenly tomes to Li Mu for free, and Li Mu wouldn't help them decipher the heavenly tomes. This was no different from helping their enemy. Other than Xuanzong's page, only the 4 Buddhist sects were confirmed to have the heavenly tomes. Among the 4 Buddhist sects, 3 of them were in the Shen nation. Li Mu didn't have any relationship with them. It could even be said that there was some friction between them. He probably couldn't borrow the heavenly tomes, nor could he use them to decipher the heavenly tomes in exchange. After all, the 3 sects belonged to the enemy nation. In Li Mu's heart, their position wasn't much higher than Xuanzong's. The only heavenly tomes he could come into contact with were in the Heart sect. Although the Heart sect was also a Buddhist sect, it was a local Buddhist sect in the Great Zhou. It also cooperated with the imperial court. Moreover, Xuandu was in the Heart sect. It was very possible to make a deal with the Heart sect. After making a quick decision, Li Mu walked into the courtyard. With a step, his figure disappeared.